light stops long before the world ends. It falls through the upper ocean in loose blue sheets, thinning as it descends, losing color, losing warmth, losing every familiar sign of day. Red disappears first, then orange, then yellow. Green fades into a colder green, and the last blue weakens until it is not really blue anymore, only a memory of brightness suspended in water. A fish passes through it and becomes a silhouette. A falling flake of dead plankton turns slowly, briefly silver, then gray, then nothing. Below that, there is no sunrise. There is no weather in the way we know weather. No shadow crossing a field. No tree leaning toward morning. No moonlight on the back of an animal. There is only pressure, cold black water, and the patient descent of things that once lived above. For a long time, this was what we thought the deep world was. A place of hunger. A place where life could only wait for scraps from the illuminated ocean overhead, like a city surviving on ash. The sun fed the plants fed the grazing creatures fed the predators, and when all of them died, fragments drifted down into the dark. That was supposed to be the rule. Light began the chain, darkness received the leftovers. Then, in the late 1970s, a camera lowered toward the Galapagos Rift and returned with something that did not fit the rule. At the bottom of the Pacific, where sunlight had not touched the seafloor for millions of years, there were animals gathered around cracks in the earth. Not a few, not accidental wanderers, whole communities. Pale crabs moving over black rock, clams opening in the dark, red-plumed worms rising from white tubes like impossible flowers, each one rooted beside water hot enough to kill almost anything at the surface. There was no meadow, no kelp, no algae taking in light, and still, the place was alive. The first strange thing was not the heat. It was not even the smoke rising from the sea floor, though that smoke was not smoke at all, but mineral-rich water darkened by dissolved metals. The strangest thing was abundance. In a desert of mud and stone, the vents were crowded. They looked less like an exception and more like a hidden city that had been there all along, waiting behind the blind spot in human imagination. The question was simple, and it was enormous. What was feeding them? To answer it, you have to let the usual story of life loosen in your hands. You have to step away from the green world, from leaves and fields and the bright machinery of photosynthesis. You have to enter a different economy, one that does not begin with morning. It begins with chemistry, with rock, with heat rising from inside the planet, with bacteria and archaea that can take poisonous compounds that would burn our lungs and foul our blood, and turn them into food. Not food in the ordinary sense, not prey, not flesh, not anything that looks like a meal. Food as carbon fixed out of water and gas. Food as energy pulled from a chemical imbalance. Food as a quiet negotiation between the living and the mineral world. This is chemosynthesis. It is not a beautiful word, but what it describes is one of the most beautiful facts on Earth. Life does not need sunlight in the way we once believed. It needs energy. It needs matter. It needs a way to build itself out of the surrounding dark. And in certain places, the dark is not empty. It is charged. It is leaking from the planet in slow, invisible currents. At a hydrothermal vent, seawater sinks into cracks in the crust and moves downward into rock warmed by magma. It heats, reacts, strips minerals from the stone, gathers hydrogen sulfide, methane, iron, and other dissolved chemicals, then rushes back upward through chimneys on the sea floor. When that fluid meets the near-freezing ocean, minerals precipitate, building towers grain by grain. Some vents grow like strange cathedrals, black spires surrounded by animals that have never seen a sky. The water is scalding, the pressure is immense, the chemistry is dangerous. And yet, around the edges, where hot vent fluid mixes with cold seawater, microbes flourish. They cling to rock, they form mats, they live inside the bodies of animals. They become the base of a world. A giant tube worm has no mouth, no stomach, no intestine. It stands in its tube, sometimes taller than a child, with a red plume waving in the current. That plume is not decorative. It is a living exchange surface, taking in oxygen, carbon dioxide, and sulfide from the water. Deep inside the worm is an organ called the trophosome, packed with bacteria. The bacteria use the chemicals delivered by the worm to make organic molecules. The worm shelters them. They feed the worm. In a place without light, partnership becomes a kind of anatomy. The animal does not eat. It hosts its food. If you watch one long enough, it does not seem dramatic. It seems almost still. A forest of white tubes, red plumes bending, withdrawing, opening again. Crabs picking through the spaces between them. Shrimp swarming in the heat. Snails crawling over mineral walls. But the stillness is deceptive. Every moment is a calculation. Too close to the vent, fluid and tissue cooks. Too far from it, and the chemical supply fades. The animals live in a boundary only a few centimeters wide, a narrow seam between poison and starvation. There are places where the vent water is black, thick with metal particles. There are places where it is clearer, warmer, alkaline, rising from pale towers instead of black chimneys. There are vent fields younger than cities, and others that seem ancient, their structures built by reactions between seawater and mantle rock. Each has its own mood, its own architecture, its own strange assembly of life. To us, they are remote, but to the creatures there, they are home. And home in the deep sea is rarely stable. A vent can erupt, shift, cool, collapse. A chimney can grow and seal itself. A flow can stop. The abundance can vanish, leaving empty tubes and shells in the dark. Somewhere else, a new crack opens, and warm chemical water begins to pour into the ocean. Then the race starts again. Microbes arrive. Animals settle. Larvae carried by currents find the place without seeing it. Somehow they know. Or, more accurately, their bodies have been shaped by generations of finding. They follow chemistry. They respond to temperature. They drift through black water until the Earth itself gives off a signal. To imagine this is to feel how incomplete vision is. We build our reality around light because we are animals of surfaces. We trust what arrives through the eye. We think of darkness as absence because, for us, darkness hides. But for a vent shrimp, darkness is ordinary. For a cave salamander, sight is an expensive organ with little use. For microbes living in stone, light is not even part of the question. The world is not divided into visible and invisible. It is divided into gradients of energy, traces of molecules, pressures, temperatures, vibrations, hunger, risk. In the deep ocean, survival is not heroic. It is precise. A crab climbing over a vent chimney is not conquering anything. It is staying within the livable edge. A mussel bed at a cold seep is not an accident of beauty. It is a biological machine built around methane. A blind cavefish is not unfinished because it lacks eyes. It is finished for a world where eyes would be a burden. Again and again, life removes what it no longer needs and sharpens what the dark requires. The creatures that survive without sunlight do not live in one kingdom, they live in many. Some are in the abyss beside volcanic cracks, some are buried under the sea floor, some occupy caves sealed from the open air, some move through aquifers beneath our feet, some live in the Hadal trenches where the pressure is so great it seems almost planetary. Some are microbes inside fractures in rock, sustained by reactions so slow that an entire human lifetime would look to them like a brief flicker. They are not all cut off from the surface in the same way. Many cave communities still depend on material brought in by bats, floods, roots, or animals that move between worlds. Much of the deep sea receives marine snow from the sunlit water above, but there are places where the old dependency weakens, where the food chain bends away from light and attaches itself to chemistry instead. These places change the meaning of darkness. Darkness is not just a lack of sun. Sometimes it is a beginning. In the black water around a hydrothermal vent, the animals seem to gather around a secret the earth is telling itself. The secret is not gentle. It smells, if brought to the surface, of rotten eggs and metal. It emerges from rock under crushing pressure. It carries compounds that surface animals avoid, but microbes read as opportunity. Hydrogen sulfide is dangerous to us because it interrupts the chemistry our cells depend on. To certain bacteria, it is a source of electrons. Methane, for some microbes, is not waste or fuel in the human industrial sense. It is a path into metabolism. Iron, sulfur, hydrogen, carbon dioxide. These are not inert ingredients. They are tensions waiting to be resolved. Life enters the tension. This is what the sun does at the surface. It creates a difference, pouring high-energy photons onto leaves and algae. Photosynthesis uses that energy to move electrons, to build sugars, to make the world edible. Chemosynthesis does something parallel without light. It uses the energy released when chemicals are oxidized or reduced. The machinery is different. The source is different. The result is familiar in the deepest possible way. Carbon becomes living tissue. A bacterial cell at a vent may be too small to notice, but it is the first architect of the visible community. It turns chemistry into biomass. A shrimp grazes on it. A snail carries it. A mussel cultivates it in its gills. A tube worm encloses it in an organ. A crab eats the grazers. A fish waits at the boundary. The food web grows outward from an invisible transaction. And because these microbes are the base, the animals around them have evolved around microbial needs as much as their own. The giant tube worm, Riftia pachyptilla, is one of the most famous examples, partly because it looks like a contradiction. It can grow astonishingly fast in a place where food appears absent. Its red plume contains hemoglobin that can bind both oxygen and sulfide without the sulfide poisoning the animal. It does not hunt. It does not filter plankton from sunlit waters. It provides a controlled internal landscape for bacteria, and the bacteria do the impossible-looking work of turning vent chemistry into nourishment. The worm is not a single creature in the simple sense. It is a collaboration, shaped like one. Nearby, deep-sea mussels live with bacteria in their gill tissues. Some rely on sulfide, some rely on methane. Some host more than one kind of symbiont, as though keeping different tools for different chemical weather. Clams do something similar. Shrimp cluster near vents, sometimes with microbial gardens on their mouthparts or beneath their shells. Yeti crabs, pale and bristling, wave hairy claws in the vent flow, farming bacteria on their own bodies. The gesture looks almost ceremonial. It is practical. In darkness, farming can be a matter of holding your arms in the right current. There is a kind of intimacy to these arrangements that is easy to miss. At the surface, we often imagine animals as independent bodies moving through an external environment. But in the dark ecosystems of vents and seeps, survival often means becoming an environment for something else. A worm becomes a house for bacteria. A snail becomes a carrier of microbes. A mussel becomes a living chamber where chemicals are delivered and transformed. The boundary between self and world becomes porous. To survive without sunlight, many creatures do not simply adapt to chemistry. They invite chemistry inside through microbial partners. One of the most astonishing of these creatures is the scaly foot snail, a small animal from hydrothermal vents of the Indian Ocean. It is sometimes called the volcano snail, though the name almost sounds too dramatic until you see what it has done with its surroundings. Its shell and the scales along its foot can be coated in iron sulfide. Not metaphorical armor, mineral armor. It lives near black smokers where metal-rich water pours from the crust. And somehow, this animal has turned part of that harsh mineral world into a covering for its own soft body. It is not large. It does not need to be. Its strangeness is not in size, but in materials. Inside it, bacteria help provide food. Around it, the chemical world is unstable and toxic. Predators prowl the vent fields. The snail answers with symbiosis, with a remarkable heart that helps supply its internal bacteria, and with scales that seem borrowed from geology. It is a reminder that evolution does not design from abstract ideals. It works with what is there. If there is iron in the vent water, life may find a way to use iron. If there is poison in the current, life may turn poison into dinner. If there is darkness forever, life may stop spending energy on eyes. The deep sea is full of such negotiations. Pompeii worms build papery tubes along vent chimneys where temperatures shift sharply over very short distances. Their backs can be covered with bacteria, and they live in places that would seem impossibly hot for an animal, though the exact temperatures experienced by their tissues are more nuanced than early legends suggested. Alvinellid worms crowd into mineral surfaces. Limpets graze over microbial films. Scale worms slip through the spaces like fragments of living foil. In some vent fields, shrimp gather in such numbers they make the rock look pale and moving. In others, there are fields of tube worms and crabs and anemones, a dense animal architecture rising from the seafloor. But the deep does not distribute life evenly. Between vent fields, there may be long stretches of darkness with little visible movement. Fine sediment, tracks, occasional fish, the slow fall of organic debris. Then, suddenly, without warning, the seafloor changes. The water shimmers from heat. The rocks darken. Mineral towers rise. Animals appear as if gathered around a fire, except the fire is chemical, and the hearth is the planet's interior. When scientists first understood that these ecosystems could exist, it did more than add a new chapter to marine biology. It shook a deeper assumption. If life could be dense and complex without sunlight on Earth, then perhaps sunlight was not the only doorway into habitability elsewhere. Under the ice of moons like Europa and Enceladus, there may be dark oceans. If those oceans interact with rock, if heat and chemistry are present, then the question changes. Not is there light, but is there energy? Are there gradients? Are there surfaces where molecules can meet? Are there places where chemistry has not settled into silence? The vent animals did not prove there is life elsewhere. They widened the imagination of where life might stand. Still, the most important revelation remains here, on this planet, in the cold black water. The vents showed us that Earth has more than one biosphere layered inside it. The green biosphere is the one we see: leaves, plankton, forests, fields. But beneath it is a darker biosphere, less familiar and perhaps older in some of its strategies, where the boundary between geology and biology is almost impossible to draw cleanly. At a vent, the rock is not backdrop. The rock is a participant. The water is not scenery. The water is a delivery system. The animal is not merely living in a place, it is part of a reaction that includes the planet itself. That is why these creatures feel so strange. They reveal that life is not always a thin green film spread over the surface of a sunlit world. Sometimes it is rooted in the cracks. Sometimes it gathers at wounds in the crust. Sometimes it waits where no eye can help, where the first sign of abundance is not a flower opening, but a plume of hot mineral water rising into absolute night. For all their alien beauty, hydrothermal vents are not eternal cities. They are more like camps around temporary springs. The Earth opens them and closes them. A vent field can live for decades or centuries, sometimes longer, but eventually flows shift. Mineral chimneys clog, magma moves, the chemical fire wanes. When that happens, the animals that depend on it must move, reproduce, disperse, or die. Their world is both ancient and temporary, permanent as a process, fragile as a place. This gives vent life a quiet urgency. Every worm and mussel is part of a settlement built beside a clock no one can see. In the darkness, larvae rise. They drift through the deep, transparent and small, carried by currents over distances that would be immense even in daylight. They may pass over empty plains, extinct chimneys, whale bones, cold seeps, submarine ridges. They may never find the right signal. But enough do. Enough have always done. The darkness that looks empty to us is crossed by invisible searchers. A new vent begins. A microbial film forms. A tube worm settles. A crab arrives. A city without sunlight opens again. Not every world without sunlight is hot. Some are cold enough to seem asleep. A cold seep is not a volcanic chimney. It does not tower from the sea floor with black mineral smoke. It may look at first like a patch of pale sediment, a shimmer of bubbles, a crust of carbonate rock, a field of mussels or clams where there should be mud. The water around it is not necessarily warm. Sometimes it is near freezing. The energy comes not from scalding heat, but from methane, hydrogen sulfide, and other reduced chemicals leaking slowly from below. The name is almost too quiet. Cold seep. It sounds like a minor geological detail, a leak, a stain, a soft exhalation from the seabed. But in the deep ocean, such leaks can build communities as extraordinary as those around vents. Methane rises from buried organic matter, from gas hydrates, from geological reservoirs. Sulfide forms in sediments where microbes transform sulfate. Carbonate hard grounds appear over time, shaped by microbial activity. Animals settle on the structure. Bacteria form mats like white fabric laid over the mud. Mussels cluster in dense beds. Clams bury themselves with only part of their bodies exposed. Tube worms rise in colonies, slow-growing and long-lived. The cold seep is not a fire. It is a slow breath. And because the energy flow can persist for long periods, Seep communities may have a different feeling from vents. They can be less violent, more enduring, though no less dependent on chemistry. Some tube worms at seeps grow very slowly and may live for centuries. Imagine an animal without a mouth, rooted in darkness, living longer than empires by tending bacteria in its tissues. The deep sea is full of such inversions. The fragile thing lasts. The invisible thing feeds. The cold place burns chemically for ages. At seeps, methane becomes more than a gas. It becomes a foundation. Microbes consume it directly or live inside animals that provide access to it. Mussels and clams with bacterial symbionts convert seep chemistry into living tissue. Around them gather other creatures: squat lobsters, crabs, sea cucumbers, fish, worms, brittle stars. Some are true specialists, bound to the seep. Others are visitors from the surrounding deep sea, drawn to structure and food. A seep becomes an island, not because it rises above water, but because it concentrates energy in a landscape where energy is rare. The deep ocean floor is often described as a desert, but that is only partly true. It is not lifeless. It is subtle. Food arrives as marine snow, tiny particles drifting from above. A dead whale may fall and become a feast. Wood may sink and host its own strange succession of borers and bacteria. Hydrothermal vents erupt with heat. Cold seeps release chemistry. Each creates a different kind of oasis, and each shows that darkness has many economies. A whale fall begins with death from the sunlit world. The whale lived at the surface, fed through a chain ultimately connected to photosynthesis, and when its body sinks, it carries that stored sunlight downward. Sharks, hagfish, amphipods, and crabs strip the flesh. Later, worms and microbes work through the bones. Sulfide may be produced as fats break down in the skeleton, supporting chemosynthetic bacteria and animals similar in spirit to seep communities. A whale becomes, for a time, a migrating, sunken world. But cold seeps can be different. Their energy may come from buried methane and sulfide, from the chemistry of sediments and crust. They remind us that the deep is not simply waiting for what falls. It also produces. It leaks. It ferments. It reacts. Under the mud, microbes make and consume compounds in darkness, and animals build their lives around the slow movement of molecules. Some seeps are marked by brine pools, underwater lakes so salty and dense that they sit on the seafloor with a visible surface. A submersible moving over one may see the edge as if approaching a shoreline. The pool is darker, denser, sometimes rimmed with mussels. Fish that enter may be stunned or killed by the chemistry. The scene looks like a dream of another planet, an ocean within the ocean, a toxic lake under miles of seawater, bordered by animals that live from the chemical gradients along its margins. The creatures here do not survive by rejecting danger. They survive by living beside it with exquisite restraint. That may be one of the recurring lessons of sunlight-free life. The richest places are not always safe places. They are boundaries. The edge of a vent plume, the margin of a brine pool, the sulfide layer in a cave pool, the oxic-anoxic interface in sediment, the place where one kind of water meets another, where oxygen from one source meets methane or sulfide from another, where chemistry is unfinished enough for life to intervene. A stable, fully settled environment may be peaceful but poor. A gradient is possibility. A cold seep is a gradient made visible by animals. To a camera, it may show as pale bacterial mats, clamshells, bubbles, carbonate ledges. To the animals, it is a map of chemical opportunity. The mussel does not need sunlight on its shell. It needs its bacterial symbionts supplied. The worm does not need prey drifting by. It needs sulfide delivered to the internal garden it carries. The crab moving across the seep may feed in more ordinary ways, but the abundance attracting it begins with microbes that can read the seep's chemistry. There is something almost unsettling in how many layers of life depend on beings too small to see. Our attention goes to the large animals because they resemble characters: the tube worm, the crab, the snail, the eyeless fish. But the true revolution is microbial. Without bacteria and archaea, vents and seeps would be chemistry without community. The animals are elaborate arrangements for living near microbial power. And microbes do not care about our categories. They blur the line between inside and outside, between geology and biology, between poison and nutrient. A compound toxic in one body becomes energy in another. A gas that escapes invisibly from sediment becomes the basis of a mussel bed. A molecule produced in darkness becomes tissue, shell, muscle, egg. In the deep Atlantic, on continental slopes and canyon heads, scientists have found hundreds of gas plumes rising from the seafloor, many still scarcely explored. Less than 1% of some seep regions have been visually visited. That fact is humbling. Even now, the dark world is not a completed map. It is a set of hints, a plume on sonar, a chemical anomaly, a patch of white mat glimpsed by a robot, a mussel bed appearing in the lights after hours of mud. The ocean hides not by being empty, but by being large. A human can sit in a control room and watch a remotely operated vehicle descend through black water for hours. The monitors show particles drifting like snow. The vehicle lights illuminate only a small cone ahead. Beyond that is nothing visible. Then the bottom appears. Sediment, ripples, a brittle star, a rock, more sediment. The slow work of searching begins. People speak quietly. Coordinates are checked. Instruments sample water. The robot moves on. Then, in the lights, the seafloor changes. A white patch, a cluster of shells, a shimmer of methane bubbles. Suddenly, the room is awake. In that moment, the scientists are not just seeing animals. They are seeing an alternate foundation for life, a place where the old solar story has given way to something older, or at least deeper. The surface world burns downward from the sun. The seep world rises upward from buried chemistry. Neither cancels the other. Together, they make Earth stranger. Because even in places that do not depend directly on sunlight, the planet is connected in ways that resist simple separation. Oxygen, dissolved in deep water, was originally made by photosynthesis at the surface. Some chemicals at seeps come from ancient organic matter that may have distant solar origins. Vent systems draw seawater from the ocean that has its own history. Pure independence is rare, but complete dependence on present sunlight is not the rule either. Life is threaded through cycles, and some threads run through darkness for a very long way. The cold seep teaches patience. It is not the sudden spectacle of a black smoker. It is slower, quieter, sedimentary. It asks us to notice the low flame. It asks us to understand that energy does not always announce itself with heat. Sometimes it arrives as a bubble from mud. Sometimes as a molecule moving through pore water. Sometimes as a faint white film where microbes are quietly building the first layer of a community. And once the layer exists, animals gather. Shell by shell, tube by tube, the dark becomes inhabited. There is another kind of darkness beneath land, a darkness that holds its breath inside stone. A cave is not simply a hole in the ground. It is a climate, a memory, a filter, a sealed room built by water over spans of time the body cannot feel. At the mouth of a cave, the outside world still speaks. Leaves blow in, light slants over rock, moss finds the damp edges, insects enter and leave. The air shifts with the weather. But deeper in, daylight weakens. The colors drain away. Temperature steadies. Sound changes. The cave stops resembling an entrance and becomes a world. Most cave worlds still depend on the surface in quiet ways. A bat colony roosts in the ceiling and drops guano that feeds insects, fungi, bacteria, and scavengers. Floodwater brings leaves, wood, and dead animals. Roots penetrate cracks and offer food. Crickets leave at night and return with energy from outside. The cave is dark, but the sun often arrives through messengers. Yet there are caves where the story bends closer to the vents. There is a cave in Romania where the air itself feels like a warning. Muvil Cave is not the kind of cave that invites tourists with railings and lamps. It is hidden beneath a plain near the Black Sea coast, connected to a sulfidic aquifer and entered only under strict controls. The oxygen is low. The water is warm and rich with hydrogen sulfide and methane. The air can be dangerous. For millions of years, the ecosystem inside has been cut off from ordinary surface inputs, and yet it is alive. Muvil is not vast in the way famous caves are vast. Its wonder is not in cathedral chambers or glittering curtains of calcite. Its wonder is biological. In the darkness, where no plant can grow, microbes form mats on the water and walls. They use chemical energy from sulfur and methane compounds to produce organic matter. That microbial production supports a small but astonishing community of invertebrates. Spiders, leeches, snails, pseudoscorpions, isopods, centipedes, and other animals adapted to a world without daylight. The cave is not merely dark. It is self-contained in a way that feels almost fictional. For an animal inside Muvil, the sun is not absent in the daily sense. It is absent historically. Generations have lived and died without morning. Evolution has moved through the population without a dawn to measure it. Pigment loses value. Eyes lose value. Chemical senses and touch become more important. Metabolism shifts under scarcity. Bodies become pale, elongated, economical. The creatures are not ghosts, though they often look ghostly. They are descendants of animals that entered the dark and stayed long enough for the dark to edit them. Cave life teaches a different lesson from vents. Hydrothermal vents can be abundant, almost lush, because chemical energy rises in concentrated flows. Many caves are poor. Their darkness is not necessarily rich with fuel. Their animals are masters of waiting. A cave cricket may leave at night to feed outside, then return, carrying energy into the cave in its body and waste. Bats roost overhead, and their guano becomes a foundation for insects, fungi, bacteria, and scavengers. A flood may bring leaves and wood. A dead animal may become an event. In the deep zone, where no light reaches, nothing is wasted. A crumb of organic matter can move through many mouths. A life can be built around tiny margins. But Muvil is one of the rare places where the cave's food web is built mostly from chemosynthesis within the subterranean system itself. It is a terrestrial echo of the vent revelation, not identical, not as visually grand, but just as radical. Here, beneath land, in sealed air and sulfurous water, Microbes make a dark primary production, and animals live from it. To enter the idea of Mobile is to imagine a world reduced to essentials. No seasons in the ordinary sense, no flowers, no wind moving grass, no visual horizon. The water surface may hold a thin film of microbial life. The rock walls sweat. The air is heavy. A spider moves over stone, guided by touch and chemical traces. A leech waits in water that would repel most animals. A small crustacean navigates without needing to know the meaning of day. Their world is not empty because it lacks what we love. It is full of what they require. The absence of sunlight changes the body. This is one of the most repeated patterns in caves across the world. Animals unrelated to one another, separated by continents and histories, often evolve similar traits when they become true cave dwellers. Eyes shrink or disappear. Pigmentation fades. Appendages lengthen. Antennae become more sensitive. Smell, taste, vibration, and touch carry more of the burden. Metabolic rates may drop. Reproduction may slow. Individuals may produce fewer offspring, investing more in each. Life becomes less flashy, less urgent, more spare. This is convergent evolution in darkness. The cave repeats a question, and different lineages answer in similar ways. The Olm, a pale salamander of the Dinaric karst, looks almost unfinished to human eyes, soft, translucent, blind, with feathery external gills and a long body drifting through underground water. It is sometimes called the human fish because of its skin. It can live for decades, perhaps more than a century, and can endure long periods without food. Its world is slow water and limestone, a hidden geography of channels and chambers. It does not need eyes to read that world. It needs sensitivity to vibration, chemistry, the faint movement of prey. The Mexican cavefish tells another version of the story. Surface forms still have eyes and pigment. Cave forms have lost much of both. Scientists study them because they offer a living comparison, a way to see evolution's work not as an abstract past, but as differences held within related bodies. In the cave forms, energy that might have gone into eyes and pigmentation can be redirected. Behavior changes, feeding changes, sleep patterns change. The absence of light reaches deep into physiology. But cave evolution is not simply subtraction. It is not only losing eyes. It is gaining a different relationship with the world. The blind cavefish may have enhanced taste buds. Cave arthropods may grow long antennae and legs. Spiders may sense vibrations with extreme precision. Salamanders may detect water movement through lateral line systems. These animals are not living in a lesser sensory universe. They are living in a differently arranged one. We call them blind because we are committed to sight. They might call us deaf to stone, numb to current, clumsy in chemical darkness. The cave is a teacher of humility because it removes our dominant sense and asks whether the world remains. It does. It remains in touch, smell, pressure, temperature, flow, and memory. In the deep zone of a cave, time also changes. Without sunlight, the ordinary clock weakens. Day and night may not matter. Some organisms keep internal rhythms, others lose or alter them. Food may arrive irregularly, so activity is shaped less by morning and evening than by hunger and opportunity. A flood pulse, a bat colony, a seasonal movement of insects, a chemical gradient. In permanent darkness, time is not gone, but it is measured by different events. The animals themselves can become rare because caves are islands. Each cave, each aquifer, each subterranean basin can isolate a population. Over thousands or millions of years, isolation produces species found nowhere else. A small beetle in one cave, a spider in one lava tube, a salamander in one aquifer system, a centipede in one sealed environment. The world beneath us is not one underworld. It is an archipelago of dark rooms, each with its own evolutionary weather. This makes cave creatures especially vulnerable. A surface forest can burn and regrow across a landscape. A reef can be damaged across broad regions, though recovery is far from guaranteed. But a cave species may occupy a single chamber, a single water system, a single island of habitat. Pollution in groundwater, quarrying, tourist lights, altered airflow, climate changes above, loss of bats, contamination from agriculture. Any of these can disturb a world that evolved under astonishing stability. A creature that survived 1 million years without sunlight may not survive a few decades of careless light, waste, or altered water. There is a sadness in that, but also a responsibility. Darkness protected these animals from much of the surface world. It did not protect them from us once we learned how to enter. Still, the cave itself is not only a fragile museum, it is a living process. Water dissolves limestone, minerals precipitate, roots probe downward, microbes form films, air shifts through cracks. Animals move through passages too small for a human hand. In the dark, bodies make maps. Species become specialized, not because specialization is romantic, but because the environment is exacting. A little energy saved matters. A better sensor matters. A slower life matters. When we imagine creatures without sunlight, we often picture monsters. Human stories fill caves and abyssal trenches with fear. But the real animals are stranger and quieter than monsters. They are not waiting to frighten us. They are doing what life has always done, taking the available conditions and turning them into continuity. A cave spider stands motionless in a crack. A salamander rests in black water. A microbial mat trembles on a sulfurous pool. None of this asks for daylight. None of it knows it is missing. Far below forests, below cities, below the roots of grasses and the buried pipes and the graves and the old riverbeds, there is another darkness. It is not a cave you can walk into. It is rock. For most of human history, stone seemed like the opposite of life. Hard, sealed, mineral, silent. Soil could be alive. Water could be alive. Rotting wood could be alive. But deep rock was something else. The planet's structure, not its habitat. Then scientists began finding microbes in boreholes, mines, aquifers, ocean crust, basalt, granite, sediment buried beneath the sea floor. Not just contaminants from the surface, though contamination is always a concern in such studies. Actual communities living deep underground, sometimes kilometers below land or sea. The deep biosphere is not dramatic in the animal sense. There are no red plumes waving in robot lights, no crabs at mineral towers, no blind fish slipping between stones. Much of it is microscopic, slow, and dispersed, but its scale is staggering. Beneath the visible biosphere lies an enormous microbial realm, a planetary interior community that may contain a significant portion of Earth's bacteria and archaea. To understand it, we have to let go of speed. At the surface, life is often measured in days, seasons, migrations, blooms. Grass grows after rain, algae multiply in sunlight, insects hatch, leaves fall, bodies decay quickly. But deep underground, energy can be scarce to a degree that seems almost impossible. Some microbes may divide only after years, centuries, perhaps even longer depending on conditions. Their metabolism can be so slow that life and dormancy become difficult to distinguish. Yet they persist. They use hydrogen produced by reactions between water and rock. They use sulfate, iron, methane, carbon dioxide, and other compounds. In some environments, natural radioactivity splits water molecules, producing hydrogen and oxidants that microbes can exploit. This process, radiolysis, suggests a profound idea. Even in a place cut off from sunlight and surface organic matter, the decay of elements in rock can help create chemical energy for life. The planet's own radioactivity becomes, indirectly, a food source.
Not food as warmth.
Not food as flesh. Food as chemical disequilibrium, as electrons moving from one molecule to another, as the small, usable difference between what is and what could react. A microbe deep in a fracture does not need a sunrise. It needs a reaction that is not yet finished. The deep subsurface may be one of the quietest habitats on Earth, but it may also be one of the most important for understanding life's resilience. It shows that life can persist not only away from light, but away from abundance, away from fast change, away from everything we associate with flourishing. Its creatures do not flourish in the visible sense. They endure metabolically, turning almost nothing into just enough. Imagine a droplet of water trapped in a crack of ancient rock. The walls contain minerals that have been there since before mammals, before flowering plants, before the continents took their present forms. The water moves slowly, or not at all. There is no sound in the human sense, no open space, no blue-black ocean, just mineral surfaces, dissolved gases, faint chemical gradients, and cells attached to stone. A microbe divides. Not often, not dramatically, but enough. In that act, the boundary of the biosphere expands inward. Some of these organisms are lithoautotrophs, life forms that can obtain energy from inorganic compounds and fix carbon without relying on organic food made by sunlight. They are not exotic in the flashy way of vent animals, but they may be closer to a fundamental mode of living on a rocky planet. The surface biosphere is spectacular because sunlight is generous. The deep biosphere is profound because it asks how little is enough. A question like that reaches beyond Earth. Mars today is cold, dry at the surface, harshly irradiated, and unfriendly to surface life as we know it. But the subsurface may preserve water ice, brines, chemical gradients, and shelter from radiation. Europa and Enceladus have oceans beneath ice, possibly in contact with rock. If life exists elsewhere in our solar system, it may not be sunlit. It may not be green. It may be microbial, chemical, hidden in water rock systems, living slowly by gradients we have only begun to imagine. The deep biosphere does not tell us that aliens exist. It tells us that our search criteria were too narrow. It also complicates the story of Earth itself. If life can live within rock today, perhaps early life found refuge underground during bombardments, climate extremes, or surface catastrophes. Hydrothermal systems may have provided energy and mineral surfaces for early metabolism. Subsurface habitats may have sheltered microbial lineages through events that devastated the surface. The roots of the biosphere may not be only in sunlit shallows, but also in dark, geochemical worlds. Of course, not all subsurface life is independent of the surface. Organic matter can be buried and consumed slowly. Fluids can carry compounds downward. Geological systems can mix old and new sources. The underground is not one simple category. But the discovery of communities sustained by rock-derived energy changed the atmosphere of the question. Darkness was no longer an ending. It was a different set of constraints. The creatures here are mostly not creatures in the cinematic sense. They are cells, films, consortia, metabolic networks. They do not ask us to admire their bodies. They ask us to rethink what a body needs. No eyes, no mouth, No movement across a landscape. Sometimes no obvious landscape at all. Just membrane, enzyme, mineral, water, time. And yet from such small arrangements, whole biogeochemical cycles are shaped. Microbes in sediments influence methane. Microbes in crust alter minerals. Microbes in aquifers affect water chemistry. The invisible deep participates in the planet's chemistry just as surely as forests participate in the atmosphere. We notice forests because they rise into light. We overlook microbes because they are buried in the dark. But invisibility is not insignificance. There is a strange comfort in the deep biosphere's slowness. It suggests that life is not always a bright emergency. It can be patient beyond our intuition. It can reduce itself, slow itself, stretch its metabolism until the interval between events becomes geologic. A human life flickers overhead. A city is built. A language changes. A river shifts course. A microbe in rock continues its modest chemistry. The surface world is full of endings we can see. Leaves fall, animals die, fires burn, ice melts. The deep world holds continuities we barely know how to measure. If hydrothermal vents show life gathered around planetary heat, and caves show life edited by darkness, the deep biosphere shows life almost dissolved into geology. Not gone, not inert, just quiet enough that we nearly missed it. The stone was never empty. It was breathing in molecules too small for us to hear. On the sea floor, there are entrances beneath the entrances. For decades, when scientists looked at hydrothermal vents, they saw the animals on the surface: tube worms, snails, crabs, shrimp, mussels. The community appeared to occupy the visible chimney walls and surrounding rocks. Beneath that was crust, plumbing, hot water, microbes perhaps, but not animal neighborhoods. The animals belonged above the seafloor. The rock below was infrastructure. Then researchers began to look under the lava shelves. Using a remotely operated vehicle, they lifted pieces of seafloor near vents on the East Pacific Rise. Under the crust, in cavities where warm vent fluids moved through hidden channels, they found animal life. Tube worms, snails, bristleworms, not fossils, not remains, living animals under the seafloor, in the shallow crust beneath an ecosystem already considered extreme. It was like opening the floor of a house and finding another house. The discovery did not make the vent world less mysterious, it made it more layered. The seafloor and subsea floor were not separate realms, they were connected habitats, with animals potentially moving through the hidden plumbing of the vent system. Larvae may enter cracks, travel with flows, settle in cavities, then emerge or remain below. The visible vent community may be only the exposed part of a larger, dark structure. This is how the creatures without sunlight keep changing the map. Just when one boundary seems fixed, life appears beyond it. The idea of animals living beneath the seafloor is startling because we associate animals with space, with movement, with open water or open tunnels. But the crust near vents is porous. Fluids circulate. Cavities form beneath cooled lava. Temperatures vary. Chemistry moves. Where there is enough room, enough oxygen or other usable compounds, and enough microbial productivity, animals may find a foothold. The tube worm beneath the seafloor is not merely surviving in darkness. It is surviving in darkness under darkness. No sun, no open ocean view, no wide seafloor plain, only cavity, current, heat, mineral wall, chemical flow. Its red plume may never wave in a submersible's lights unless the rock above is lifted away. There is something almost intimate in that hiddenness. For the animal, The world is not hidden. It is simply the world. For us, hiddenness is a measure of our limited access. We call it secret because we did not know how to look. This pattern repeats across the biosphere. The deeper we investigate, the less the surface of things can be trusted as the whole. A cave mouth is not the cave. A vent chimney is not the whole vent ecosystem. The seafloor is not the bottom of the habitable world. Rock is not necessarily the end of life. Darkness has depth. The discovery of animal life below hydrothermal vent surfaces does not mean animals fill the crust everywhere. It does not erase the importance of microbes as dominant deep subsurface life, but it widens the known animal realm. It suggests that some vent ecosystems include a hidden nursery or refuge beneath the visible community. It asks new questions about dispersal, colonization, and resilience. If animals can move through sub-seafloor pathways, perhaps they can survive disturbances that destroy visible chimneys. Perhaps the next surface community begins partly from below. Imagine an eruption paving over a vent field with lava. To us, the visible city is gone, tubes buried, mussels killed, chimneys altered. But beneath nearby shelves, in warm cavities, some animals or larvae may remain, buffered from the immediate violence. Microbes continue. Fluids shift. Over time, new openings form. Life returns, not from nowhere, but from hidden reservoirs and drifting larvae. The community is not a static garden. It is a network through water, rock, and time. This matters because vent ecosystems are patchy and temporary. Their creatures must solve the problem of finding the next livable place in a dark ocean. Larval dispersal is one answer. Subsurface connectivity may be another. The animals are tied to chemical flows, but the flows themselves are part of a larger circulation system beneath the seafloor. The boundary between habitat and plumbing becomes less clear. In a way, the vent is not the chimney. The vent is the circulation of water through rock, the chemical transformation in darkness, the emergence of energy, the microbial response, the animal symbioses, the dispersing larvae, the hidden cavities, the visible towers, the collapse, the renewal. A vent is an event system, a place where geology becomes ecology. The creatures within it are not passive passengers. They build structures, alter flows, concentrate organic matter, create habitats for other species. Mussel beds change the seafloor texture. Tube worm aggregations create vertical complexity. Microbial mats alter chemistry. Carbonate rocks at seeps provide hard substrate. Even in the dark, animals make architecture. This is important because darkness is often imagined as shapeless, but the animals give it form. A worm tube is a wall. A mussel shell is a surface. A bacterial mat is a field. A brine pool rim is a shoreline. A cave colony is a moving web of bodies and waste and predation. Life does not merely occupy dark places, it organizes them. Under the seafloor, organization may be quieter, but it still exists. A cavity with worms is not the same as an empty cavity. Bodies change chemistry. Microbial partners fix carbon. Waste products feed other microbes. Predators may follow prey through cracks. Larvae may detect cues. The hidden world has interactions, not just inhabitants. To think about these places for long enough is to feel the planet become porous. The ocean pours into crust. The crust exhales into ocean. Microbes bridge mineral and animal. Animals bridge surface and subsurface. Water moves through stone like a slow bloodstream. The boundaries we draw for convenience soften. Above and below are no longer opposites. They are connected chambers of the same living earth. This is one reason scientists study vents with such intensity. They are not just spectacular habitats. They are natural laboratories for understanding life at extremes: symbiosis, evolution, biogeography, mineral formation, early Earth conditions, and the possibilities for life beyond Earth. Every vent field is a small answer to several large questions. How does life begin from chemistry? How does it disperse through darkness? How does it persist in unstable environments? How does it turn poison into partnership? How far into rock can animals go? The answers are rarely clean. Nature does not provide conclusions as neatly as we want them. It provides more organisms. A tube worm under lava, a snail in a hidden cavity, a bacterial film on mineral wall, a larva traveling through the dark. No single discovery completes the story. Each discovery opens another room, and beneath that room, sometimes, another. The first lightless world most of us imagine is the deep sea, because it feels far away enough to be unbelievable. But darkness begins much closer. It begins under a stone, beneath soil, inside a rotting log, in the wet hollow under leaves, in a cave mouth at dusk, in the thin passage where roots enter limestone. The sunlight-free biosphere is not only abyssal and alien, it also has small doors everywhere. Many animals use darkness temporarily. Worms, beetles, amphibians, bats, moths, rodents, spiders. They enter it for shelter, breeding, moisture, safety. They do not necessarily live beyond the sun's economy, but they reveal that darkness is not an empty category. It is a habitat gradient. At the entrance of a cave, light still arrives. Mosses and algae may grow. Air shifts with outside weather. Animals come and go. This is a threshold zone, a place of overlap. Deeper in, twilight weakens. The temperature steadies. Humidity rises. The world becomes less seasonal, less visual. Troglophiles, animals that can live in caves but may also exist outside them, occupy this half-darkness. Bats roost. Crickets shelter. Spiders build webs. The cave is part home, part refuge. Deeper still, the true dark zone begins. Here live troglobites, species that complete their whole lives underground. They are the ones most completely shaped by the absence of light. Their bodies often look delicate, pale, eyeless, elongated. But delicacy is not weakness. In a stable, resource-poor environment, heavy defenses may be wasteful. Pigment may be unnecessary. Large eyes may be costly. Speed may be less important than efficiency. The cave selects against extravagance that does not serve the dark. It is tempting to call such animals primitive, but that is wrong. They are specialized. A blind cave beetle may be as finely adapted to its world as a hawk is to the sky. A cave amphipod may read currents and chemicals with exquisite precision. An eyeless spider may locate prey through vibrations more subtle than anything we consciously perceive. The absence of eyes is not a failure to become like us. It is the success of becoming unlike us, where unlike us works better. Caves also reveal how energy scarcity shapes behavior. Food is often so limited that animals cannot afford wasteful motion. Many cave species move slowly. Some have low reproductive rates. Some live longer than surface relatives. Some tolerate starvation. A meal may be rare enough that the animal's body must treat abundance cautiously, storing energy, reducing expenditure, waiting out long intervals. In darkness, impatience can be fatal. This patience can make cave ecosystems seem still, but beneath stillness is tension. Predators hunt, scavengers search, microbes decompose. Guano piles pulse with life when bats are present. Water brings nutrients in sudden events. A dead cricket becomes a feast for mites, springtails, beetles, fungi, bacteria. Because energy is scarce, every input matters. The cave is not lifeless, it is economical. The darkness also changes communication. Color displays vanish where no one can see them. Sound may travel differently in chambers. Chemical signals linger. Touch becomes central. A creature's leg, antenna, lateral line, or sensory hair becomes a way of reading an invisible room. Some cave animals still retain light sensitivity even without eyes, avoiding entrance zones or responding to faint illumination in ways that show evolution is rarely absolute. The dark edits, but it does not always erase cleanly. There is a quiet beauty in this partialness. Evolution is not a sculptor finishing statues, it is a history of compromises. An eye may shrink, but leave traces. Pigment may fade, but not vanish. A rhythm may persist without a sun to entrain it. A cave animal is a record of descent, not a creature built from scratch for darkness. Its body remembers ancestors that once lived elsewhere.
Every pale fish carries the story of a river.
Every blind insect carries the story of a surface lineage. Every subterranean salamander is not separate from the sunlit world. It is a branch that grew inward. This matters because creatures without sunlight are often framed as exceptions, but they are part of the same evolutionary tree. Their strangeness is not outside nature, it is nature under different conditions. The cave does not create alien life. It reveals what familiar life can become when familiar pressures disappear. A fish without predators that hunt by sight may not need camouflage. In permanent darkness, pigment is a cost without benefit. Eyes can be injured, infected, energetically expensive to develop. If genes that reduce eye development also improve other traits, or if eyes simply decay through relaxed selection, the result may be a blind animal perfectly at home. Meanwhile, sensory systems that help detect food, mates, or walls become more important. The body is rebalanced. There is no tragedy in this, only adaptation. The tragedy comes when the surface world intrudes too quickly. Artificial lights in caves can alter animal behavior and encourage algae where none should grow. Human visitors bring lint, heat, noise, microbes, and physical damage. Groundwater contamination can poison aquatic cave systems. Quarrying can destroy entire habitats. Climate change can alter recharge patterns, humidity, temperature, and food inputs. Species that evolved under stable darkness may have little flexibility for rapid disturbance. The creatures that survived without sunlight are not necessarily tough in every sense. They are tough against the ancient pressures of their world. They may be fragile against ours. That fragility can be hard to see because darkness hides loss. A forest cut down is visible. A coral reef bleached white is visible. A cave beetle disappearing from a single chamber may pass unnoticed by anyone who did not know it existed. An aquifer species may decline in water no one sees. The underworld can lose life in silence. And yet, caves also inspire protection because they feel sacred in a pre-human way. Entering one, even with modern equipment, can produce an old bodily humility. Your light reaches only a few meters. The dark beyond it remains complete. Water drips, the air cools. Every step matters. The cave makes you aware of your dependence on batteries, ropes, maps, companions. It reveals that humans are not naturally adapted to all parts of Earth. We visit the dark by technology and permission. The animals do not visit. They belong. A cave fish hovering in black water is not trapped in a failed version of a stream. It is in the only stream that matters to its lineage. A spider on a cave wall is not waiting for the outside. It is part of a food web built from scarcity, patience, and sensory refinement. An olm resting motionless in an underground pool is not a symbol of lack. It is a witness to continuity in a place where change arrives slowly. To survive without sunlight in a cave is not to defeat darkness. It is to become fluent in it. There are animals that live beside heat. There are animals that live inside cold chemical leaks. There are animals that live in caves, and microbes that live in stone. And then there are those that live at the bottom of trenches, where the ocean has folded itself into the deepest wounds on Earth. The Hadal Zone begins around 6,000 meters below sea level and descends into trenches that can reach nearly 11,000 meters. The pressure there is difficult to imagine because it is not a dramatic force that strikes once. It is constant. Every surface of the body is pressed by hundreds or more than 1,000 atmospheres, depending on depth. A human body without protection would not survive. Air spaces would collapse. Equipment can fail. Even metal must be designed with care. Yet animals live there. Amphipods, snailfish, worms, sea cucumbers, microbes, and in some places, chemosynthetic communities at seeps deeper than anyone expected. The Hadal world is not simply the deepest part of the ocean. It is a geography of trenches, slopes, sediments, landslides, earthquakes, and chemical transformations under extreme pressure. Sunlight is not a memory there. It is an impossibility. For a long time, the deepest trenches were imagined as biological endpoints, places dependent almost entirely on organic material falling from above, and much life there does depend on the rain of surface-derived matter. But recent discoveries have shown dense communities of animals sustained by chemicals seeping from the seafloor in Hadal depths, including tube worms and mollusks associated with methane-rich systems. This expands the chemosynthetic story downward into one of Earth's most extreme pressure realms. At such depths, the rules of bodies change. Proteins must fold and function under pressure. Cell membranes must remain usable. Enzymes must work. Gas-filled spaces are disadvantageous. Skeletons, muscles, and internal chemistry all face constraints unfamiliar to shallow water organisms. Some deep-sea fish use molecules like trimethylamine N-oxide, or TMAO, to help stabilize proteins under pressure, though even this strategy has limits. Life in the Hadal Zone is not simply life placed deeper. It is life chemically adjusted to being pressed from all directions. The Hadal snailfish looks almost fragile, with soft, translucent tissues and a body unlike the armored monsters people expect from deep-sea fantasies. It is not monstrous. It is adapted. In the deepest places, heavy bones may not be necessary. A gelatinous body can be an advantage. The animal is shaped not for our imagination, but for its pressure field. Creatures without sunlight often look strange because they are not performing for sight. The Hadal Zone is another lesson in that. There is no need for bright warning colors if no predator sees color. There is no need for rigid surface world expectations. Bodies become what works in cold, pressure, and darkness. Some are pale, some are soft, some are scavengers with acute chemical senses. Some gather around food falls. Some live within sediment. Some follow chemical seepage. The trenches also collect. Because of their shape, they can trap organic matter sliding down slopes. Earthquakes and landslides can deliver pulses of material. The topography funnels food and sediment into deep basins. In that sense, even the Hadal world is not isolated from the surface. The rain of dead plankton, fecal pellets, carcasses, Wood and other debris continues downward. The surface world sinks. But chemosynthetic seeps in trenches add another layer. They show that even at extreme pressure, chemical energy from Earth's interior, or deep sediments, can support communities. The deep wound is not only a graveyard for falling sunlight, it can be a source. It is hard to keep language steady around this because every phrase strains toward exaggeration. Deepest, darkest, most extreme. But for the animals, extremity is not a category. It is normal conditions. A hadal amphipod does not experience itself as heroic. It follows chemical cues, finds food, avoids predators, reproduces. The impossible is only impossible from another habitat. That may be the central philosophical quietness in all these worlds. Life is not impressed by our astonishment. It has no need to dramatize its own persistence. It lives where it can, through whatever means the environment permits. A tube worm at a vent, a mussel at a seep, a snail with iron scales, a salamander in a cave, a microbe in rock, a snailfish in a trench. Each is ordinary to itself. The miracle is ours, because we keep discovering how narrow our ordinary was. In the hadal dark, sound travels through water. Pressure presses, sediment shifts. A piece of food falling from above may draw scavengers from distances. A dead fish becomes a signal. An earthquake may disturb slopes and reshape habitats. A seep may release methane into sediments, where microbes begin their work, and animals organize around the energy. The environment is not static. It is slow, sudden, violent, quiet, depending on the scale. The animals must be ready for both scarcity and event. This is true across sunlight-free ecosystems. A cave animal waits for rare food input. A vent animal lives beside unstable flows. A seep animal may rely on slow chemical release. A deep subsurface microbe persists through geologic patience. Darkness does not mean sameness. It means that the cues of change are not visual. They are chemical, thermal, mechanical, hydrological. When a trench seep is discovered, it does not simply add a new location to a list. It shifts the known boundary of where complex chemosynthetic life can thrive. The deeper the discovery, the more it erodes our habit of linking life's richness with shallow warmth and light. Earth is more internally alive than that. Perhaps the deepest ecosystems are especially haunting because they are so far from human consequence in one sense, and yet increasingly near in another. Our plastics have reached deep trenches. Chemical pollutants circulate. Climate change alters the surface ocean that feeds the depths. Mining interests look toward deep seabed minerals. Even places that seem beyond us are not outside our influence. The darkness is no longer protection by distance alone. A trench may be remote, but not unreachable. A vent field may be hidden, but not unclaimed. The creatures that survive without sunlight now share a planet with a species that can disturb darkness it has barely begun to understand. This should not turn wonder into guilt so quickly that wonder disappears. Wonder is part of the protection. To know that a snail can plate itself in iron at a vent, that worms can live beneath the sea floor, that a cave can feed animals through sulfur bacteria, that microbes can wait in rock for spans of time that dwarf civilizations, is to feel the planet regain depth. Not metaphorical depth, actual, habitable depth. A world with hidden life is harder to treat as simple. The hadal trenches ask us to imagine life at the bottom of weight, not merely underwater, but under the accumulated mass of the ocean. There, darkness is complete, pressure is immense, and still, a small animal moves through sediment with its own sufficiency. No sunlight touches it. No human eye sees it except through machines. It has no need to be seen. It is alive anyway. If you lower a light into the deep ocean, animals come toward it and flee from it. Some have never seen such brightness. Some see only dim flashes and silhouettes. Some are drawn by curiosity or confusion. Some vanish with surprising speed. In a place where light is rare, even artificial light becomes an ecological event. The beam from a submersible is not neutral. It is an intrusion shaped like vision. This matters because the deep is not entirely lightless. It lacks sunlight, but it has bioluminescence. Animals make light there. Bacteria make light. Jellyfish pulse with it. Fish carry lantern organs. Shrimp release luminous clouds. Squid signal, startle, hide, and hunt with controlled flashes. In the mesopelagic twilight, where faint sunlight still filters down, bioluminescence becomes camouflage. In the midnight zone, it becomes language, lure, alarm, deception. But bioluminescence is not sunlight. It does not grow forests of algae. It does not power photosynthesis in any large ecological sense. It is light used by animals, not light feeding the base of the food web. The creatures that survive without sunlight may still use light, but they do not depend on the sun's brightness to build food. This distinction is important. A lanternfish makes light, but it feeds within a system largely connected to surface productivity. A vent tube worm may be illuminated by a submersible and still be part of a chemosynthetic food web. A cave glowworm uses bioluminescence to attract prey, but the energy in the prey may come from outside the cave. Light in darkness can be tool, signal, trap, or accident. It is not always foundation. The absence of sunlight does not mean the absence of perception. Deep-sea animals often have sensitive eyes where some light remains and reduced eyes where it does not. Some detect blue-green wavelengths common in bioluminescence. Some produce red light that many other deep-sea animals cannot see, creating a private searchlight. Some use reflective tissues to amplify faint signals. Others abandon vision and rely on smell, pressure, and touch. A creature's sensory world is not a smaller version of ours. It is a different instrument, tuned to different frequencies. In caves, some eyeless animals may still detect light through extraocular photoreception. They do not see images, but they may sense brightness and avoid it. This is useful near cave entrances, where wandering toward light could mean entering a dangerous or unsuitable habitat. Even the loss of eyes does not always mean the total loss of light sensitivity. Evolution keeps what serves.
In the deep ocean, lightlessness also changes color. Red animals may appear black because red wavelengths do not penetrate to their depths. A shrimp or squid can be bright red under human lights and nearly invisible in its natural darkness. Transparency can hide a body in open water. Silver sides can reflect the dim environment. Black skin can absorb bioluminescent flashes. Some animals are mirrors. Some are shadows. Some are glass. But around vents and seeps, where animals live close to surfaces and chemical flows, the visual rules differ. Many are pale, white, gray, or translucent. Pigment may be unnecessary. Yet some structures stand out under our lights. The crimson plume of riftia, the orange of bacterial mats, the metallic scales of a scaly foot snail, the ghostly white of crabs. These colors are not necessarily signals in their world. They are revealed by ours. There is a danger in mistaking what our lights show for what the animal's life means. A camera turns darkness into spectacle. The footage is mesmerizing. Black smokers, swarming shrimp, vent crabs, pale worms, blue water turning black. But the animals do not live in footage. They live in chemistry and pressure, in temperature gradients and microbial exchange. The spectacle is our translation. Still, translation has value. Without lights and cameras, we would not know many of these worlds. Technology becomes a temporary sense organ for humanity. Alvin descending to the Galapagos Rift, remotely operated vehicles exploring canyons and vents, sensors detecting methane, sulfide, temperature anomalies, genetic tools revealing symbionts, submersibles sampling water and rock. Science extends perception into places where human bodies cannot go. But every extension has limits. A submersible dive lasts hours. A camera frame is narrow. A sample changes when brought to the surface. Pressure drops, temperature shifts, chemistry alters. Some organisms die before they can be studied fully. The deep world resists removal. It must be understood partly in place, under conditions that challenge instruments and assumptions. This is why the creatures that survive without sunlight remain mysterious even after decades of research. We know much more than we did, but the deep ocean is vast, caves are numerous, aquifers hidden, subsurface habitats difficult to sample. New species continue to appear. New metabolic pathways are discovered. New habitats are found beneath known habitats. The map keeps opening. Perhaps this is the right pace for such a subject. Not conquest, but gradual disclosure. A vent field appears on a monitor after hours of descent. A cave species is found under one stone in one chamber. A DNA sequence reveals a microbe no one has cultured. A chemical plume points to seepage no camera has seen. A lava shelf is lifted, and animals are living beneath it. The darkness yields details slowly, and each detail changes the whole. One of the most profound changes is emotional. The old image of the dark was often fear, emptiness, death. The new image is more complicated. Darkness can be harsh, but it can also be generative. It can isolate, preserve, simplify, transform, shelter. It can remove sight and force other senses to bloom. It can starve ecosystems into elegance. It can concentrate chemical energy into oases. It can hide life from predators, from weather, from radiation, from us. The dark is not kind, but neither is it nothing. When we say creatures survive without sunlight, survival can sound minimal, as though they are barely hanging on in the absence of the proper world. Some are indeed living near the edge, but others are thriving on their own terms. Vent communities can be dense and productive. Seep tube worms can live for centuries. Cave species can persist through epochs. Subsurface microbes can occupy a vast planetary volume. These are not failed versions of surface life. They are alternate successes. The more we learn, the more the sun becomes one chapter in a larger book of energy. It is the chapter that made forests, oxygen-rich skies, coral reefs, grasslands, and human eyes. It is the chapter that feeds most of the biosphere we know. But the book also contains chemical chapters, geothermal chapters, radioactive chapters, sedimentary chapters, chapters written in methane, sulfur, iron, hydrogen, pressure, and time. The creatures without sunlight are not outside the story of Earth. They are the hidden sentences that reveal the story was never as simple as we thought. To live without sunlight is also to live without the ordinary promise of plants. There are no leaves at a hydrothermal vent, No blades of grass in a sealed cave, no drifting phytoplankton in deep rock fractures. Where plants vanish, the surface mind expects the food chain to collapse. For surface animals, green life is so fundamental that we sometimes forget it is not food itself, but a method, a way of turning energy into matter the rest of life can use. Remove the method, and another may appear. Chemosynthetic microbes are primary producers because they produce organic matter from inorganic carbon using chemical energy. In sunlit ecosystems, primary producers are familiar: trees, grasses, algae, cyanobacteria. In vent and seep ecosystems, the primary producers are often bacteria and archaea. They may live free on surfaces, suspended in water, buried in sediment, or inside animals. They are the first step that makes the community possible. The animals are not breaking the rule that food webs need producers. They are revealing that producers do not always need light. This is one reason the phrase, "creatures that survive without sunlight," can be misleading if heard too simply. An animal still needs food, energy, and carbon. A tube worm is not magically independent. It depends intensely on its symbionts, on vent chemistry, on oxygen in seawater, on carbon dioxide, on stable enough temperatures. A cave fish may not need light, but it may need insects, detritus, or microbial production. A deep subsurface microbe may not need organic matter from above, but it needs electron donors and acceptors in rock and water. Nothing lives from nothing. The dark ecosystems are not miracles because they avoid dependency. They are miracles because they depend differently. This difference is written into bodies. Consider the tube worm again. At some point in its life, it is a larva with a mouth and gut. Then it acquires symbiotic bacteria from the environment. As it matures, the digestive tract is reduced or lost, and the trophosome becomes central. The adult body is reorganized around internal agriculture. Its plume gathers what the bacteria need. Its blood transports sulfide and oxygen. Its survival depends on keeping chemicals together that would be dangerous or useless without control. This is not merely adaptation to darkness. It is adaptation to a partnership. The muscle at a seep does something less visibly dramatic, but equally profound. Its gills are not just respiratory structures. They are housing for bacteria. The clam's tissues become microbial habitat. The animal's body is a border station where methane or sulfide chemistry meets oxygenated seawater. The symbionts fix carbon. The host gains nutrition. In such creatures, anatomy is ecology folded inward. In the scaly foot snail, even the idea of a digestive system becomes strange. Its internal bacteria help nourish it. Its body supplies them. Its heart is unusually large relative to its body size, helping circulate what the symbionts require. It armors itself with iron sulfide. The animal seems to belong partly to biology and partly to mineralogy. But that boundary is our invention. To the snail, iron sulfide is not a category, it is material. The creatures of darkness often use the environment with startling directness. They do not have the luxury of abundance, so they become intimate with specific chemical and physical conditions. A slight change in vent flow can alter the community. A change in cave water quality can threaten an endemic species. A seep slowing or shifting changes the energy available. Specialization allows survival, but it can also narrow the margin for disturbance. This is the paradox of extreme adaptation. To fit one world perfectly can make another world impossible. A blind cavefish is not waiting to return to a river. Its body has committed to the cave. A vent tube worm cannot simply crawl away to ordinary seafloor and graze. It needs its symbiosis and chemical supply. A deep subsurface microbe adapted to slow hydrogen metabolism will not bloom like algae in sunlight. These lives are not broadly flexible. They are deeply tuned. Human beings often admire generalists because we are generalists in many ways. We move across climates, invent tools, eat varied diets, use culture to buffer environments. But much of life is not like that. Much of life survives by becoming inseparable from a narrow set of conditions. The cave animal, the vent worm, the seep mussel, each is a kind of answer spoken in one habitat's language.
There is dignity in that narrowness. It says that survival is not always about conquering many worlds. Sometimes it is about belonging completely to one. The animals of sunlight-free ecosystems also complicate the idea of individuality. Symbiosis is everywhere. Microbial partners inside animals are not optional decorations. They are central to nutrition, development, and survival. The host and symbiont may have separate genomes, separate evolutionary histories, but their lives are joined. A vent animal is often a consortium with a body. This should not surprise us as much as it does. Humans are also ecosystems. Our digestion, immunity, and development are influenced by microbes. Corals depend on symbiotic algae. Lichens are partnerships. Termites depend on gut microbes. The living world is full of composite beings. But in darkness, symbiosis becomes especially visible because the animal's entire food supply may depend on it. The worm without a mouth makes the partnership undeniable. It is hard to pretend the individual is simple when its dinner is alive inside it. In some places, animals do not host bacteria internally, but farm them externally. Yeti crabs waving setose claws in vent fluids are one example. Shrimp grazing on bacterial films are another. Snails scrape surfaces where microbes grow. The animal does not make food directly. It positions itself near the chemical source and harvests the microbial response. Farming, grazing, hosting. These strategies form a spectrum of intimacy with microbial production. The dark world is not only a place of strange animals, it is a place of strange agriculture. No fields, no sunlight, no plows, just surfaces bathed in chemical flow, bodies arranged to feed bacteria, and bacteria arranged to feed bodies. When we understand that, the vent chimney changes in appearance. It is not just mineral architecture. It is pasture, apartment tower, refinery, nursery, borderland. The cold seep changes too. A mussel bed is not just a cluster of shells. It is a living interface between methane and ocean water. A microbial mat is not just slime. It is the visible skin of chemical metabolism. Surface language struggles here because it was made in daylight. We say forest, meadow, farm, oasis, city, because those are the analogies we have. Each helps and each fails. A vent field is not a forest, but it has vertical structure, density, and productivity. A seep is not a meadow, but it spreads across sediment with grazers and hidden producers. A cave is not a desert, but scarcity shapes its animals. A microbial mat is not a field, but it feeds a community. The best we can do is let the analogies remain temporary. The real thing is darker and more exact. There is a moment in the descent when the ocean seems to remove the human world piece by piece. First, the surface disappears, then the last bright blue. Then the instruments become the only proof of direction. The submersible, or robot, continues downward through particles that might be plankton remains, fecal pellets, bits of mucus, mineral grains.
the slow debris of upper waters. This is marine snow, and it is one of the main ways sunlight reaches the deep ocean after death. The phrase is gentle, almost pretty, marine snow. But it is also the constant falling apart of the sunlit world. Everything above sheds itself. Microscopic bodies die, predators digest prey, jellyfish collapse, fish scales drift down, plankton blooms decay. The ocean is always raining its past into the dark. Many deep-sea creatures live from this rain. They do not live without sunlight in the strictest energetic sense, because the food was made in sunlight before it fell. They live without seeing sunlight, without being touched by it, but not entirely outside its economy. This distinction matters because the dark ocean is mixed. Some communities are chemosynthetic, others are detrital. Many are both in complex ways. A fish near a vent may eat vent animals, but also prey on wanderers from the wider deep sea. A seep community may attract animals supported by surrounding food webs. A whale fall begins as stored surface production and may later generate sulfide-based microbial communities. The deep is not pure. It is entangled. A dead whale sinking to the seafloor becomes one of the most dramatic transfers of surface energy into darkness. In life, the whale fed on creatures that fed on plankton, and plankton fed on sunlight. In death, the body descends. It may fall for hours through black water, enormous and silent, until it strikes the seafloor in a plume of sediment. Then, the dark gathers. Hagfish enter through openings, sharks tear flesh, amphipods swarm, crabs arrive. The soft tissue disappears over months or years. Later, bones remain, rich with lipids. Microbes break down those fats, producing sulfide. Chemosynthetic bacteria can use that sulfide, and animals associated with such bacteria may colonize. A whale fall can pass through stages, from scavenger feast to enrichment opportunist community to a sulfophilic stage that resembles, in miniature and in origin, the chemistry of seeps. A whale becomes a temporary island. Its life was sun-fed, but its death creates dark chemistry. This is the kind of complexity that makes the boundary between sunlight and no sunlight less like a line and more like a gradient. Some creatures never see the sun, but eat its remains. Some live from chemicals that have no immediate connection to current photosynthesis. Some rely on oxygen produced by photosynthetic life while getting carbon from chemosynthesis. Some ecosystems are sealed enough to be described as independent in meaningful ways. Others are shadow economies of the surface. The title of this world could be not life without sunlight, but life after light, beside light, beyond light, under light's remains, and from sources light never touched. Still, the central revelation remains intact. Sunlight is not the only way to begin a food web. This revelation changes how we look at death, too. At the surface, death often appears as ending. In the deep, death can be infrastructure. A whale skeleton becomes habitat. A sunken tree becomes a world for wood-boring bivalves and bacteria. A dead jellyfish feeds scavengers. A fish carcass becomes a brief brightness of scent in the dark. Because energy is scarce, death is quickly translated into opportunity. The deep ocean wastes almost nothing. Caves are similar. Guano is not waste in a cave. It is foundation. A dead bat can feed beetles, mites, fungi, bacteria. Leaves washed in by floods become community events. The energy is limited, but its pathways are intricate. In the darkness, decomposition is not hidden background. It is often the main engine. This is humbling because human beings prefer clean categories: producer, consumer, predator, scavenger, habitat, waste. In dark ecosystems, the categories fold together. A bacterial mat is producer and habitat. A worm is animal and farm. A whalebone is skeleton and chemical reactor. Guano is waste and bread. Rock is wall and energy source. The absence of sunlight does not simplify life. It reveals the complexity we overlook when plants are doing the obvious work. At a vent, the base of the food web is invisible until it becomes animal abundance. At a whale fall, the base arrives as death. At a cave, the base may be guano or chemolithotrophic microbes. In rock, the base may be hydrogen produced by water-mineral reactions. In each case, life begins from conversion. Something the environment offers is transformed into something a body can use. Conversion is the deep law. Light into sugar, sulfide into biomass, methane into tissue, bone lipid into sulfide and microbial growth, rock-water reaction into hydrogen metabolism, dead leaf into cave insect. The forms differ, but the principle is persistent. Life lives by turning the world into itself. This may be why creatures without sunlight feel philosophical without trying to. They strip life down to dependence and transformation. They make visible the fact that every organism is a temporary arrangement of borrowed energy and matter. A tube worm is vent chemistry with a red plume. A cave fish is old river life rewritten by darkness. A microbe in rock is geology becoming metabolism. A whale fall community is a giant body translated into hundreds of smaller bodies. Nothing in life is isolated, not even in the dark. The first humans who saw hydrothermal vent communities through the windows and cameras of deep-sea vehicles were not simply discovering animals. They were discovering a mistake in the human story. Before that, the assumption was not foolish. It was reasonable from what we knew. The sun clearly powers most visible life on Earth. Plants and algae use sunlight. Animals eat plants, or eat animals that ate plants. Decomposers return nutrients. Even fossil fuels are ancient sunlight stored in buried organic matter. To say all life depended on the sun seemed less like a theory than a summary of the obvious. Then the sea floor opened. The discovery of vents in 1977 did not erase photosynthesis. It did not make sunlight unimportant. But it revealed that Earth had another foundation for life, one hidden at the edge of geology. It was a scientific shock with a spiritual afterimage. The planet was more inventive than our models. The darkness had not been empty. We had only lacked the right descent. Science often advances this way, not by making the world less mysterious, but by relocating the mystery more precisely. At first, the mystery was, how can anything live there? Then, what microbes are producing food? Then, how do animals acquire and maintain symbionts? Then, how do larvae find vents? Then, how connected are vent fields? Then, how far below the sea floor does animal life extend? Each answer becomes a new question with better instruments. The history of this research is full of machines, because human bodies cannot enter these places directly. The submersible Alvin became iconic not only as a vehicle, but as a kind of threshold creature, carrying human perception into pressure and darkness. Later, remotely operated vehicles extended the reach further, sending high-definition video, collecting samples, measuring chemistry, lifting rocks, tracing plumes. Autonomous vehicles map terrain and detect anomalies. Sensors remain where people cannot. But the machines are temporary visitors. The animals are residents. This difference matters emotionally. A submersible arrives in bright lights, thrusters stirring sediment, robotic arms moving with careful awkwardness. For a few hours, the deep becomes visible. Then the vehicle leaves, and the dark closes as completely as before. The vent continues. The seep continues. The cave continues after the headlamp exits. The microbe in rock continues without knowing it was ever sampled. Human discovery is an event in human history. For the creatures discovered, it may be nothing at all. There is relief in that. It means the value of these worlds is not created by our attention. They were there before the camera. They remain when the camera turns away. Our work is not to grant significance, but to notice it without destroying it. And yet, noticing changes us. Once you know there are animals living from chemistry at the bottom of the ocean, the world above feels less complete. Once you know that caves can host isolated chemosynthetic food webs, a hole in the ground becomes more than geology. Once you know that microbes live kilometers deep, every stone becomes less dead in imagination. The planet thickens. The habitable zone is not just the surface skin, it is a volume, threaded with hidden metabolisms. This thickened Earth has consequences for origin stories. Some scientists consider hydrothermal vents and alkaline vent systems as possible settings for the origin of life. The idea is not that modern tube-worm communities are ancient fossils, but that early Earth offered water, rock, chemical gradients, mineral surfaces, and energy flows that may have helped organize prebiotic chemistry. Alkaline vents, with natural proton gradients across mineral membranes, have been especially interesting to researchers thinking about how metabolism might have begun. Whether life began there remains unresolved, but vents made the question vivid. If life began in a dark chemical setting, then the creatures around vents today are not primitive leftovers. They are modern organisms in ancient-style environments, living reminders that the boundary between chemistry and biology may have first become porous in places without sunlight. This possibility is beautiful because it reverses our intuition. We often imagine life beginning in a warm, sunlit pond, under lightning and atmosphere. Perhaps it did, but perhaps the first cradle was darker, mineral, oceanic, a place where Earth's interior met water and produced gradients before cells existed to use them. The creatures that now survive without sunlight might not be exceptions to the original story. They might echo some of its earliest grammar. We should be careful. Echo is not proof. The past is difficult. Modern vents are not ancient vents. Modern organisms are highly evolved, but the philosophical force remains. Light may not have been necessary for life's beginning. It certainly was not necessary for all of life's continuance. This is why astrobiology keeps returning to vents, seeps, and subsurface worlds. On an icy moon far from the sun, photosynthesis at the surface may be impossible beneath kilometers of ice. But if a dark ocean touches a rocky seafloor, and if heat drives circulation, chemical energy could exist. On Mars, surface conditions are harsh, but subsurface habitats might have been, or might still be, more favorable. On any rocky world with water and geochemical energy, the question of life becomes less dependent on sunlight. Earth's dark creatures become ambassadors from possible worlds, not because they are alien, but because they show alienness is not required for life to be strange. The most alien thing we know is still Earth when we look deeply enough. A red-plumed worm with no mouth, a snail in metal armor, a cave ecosystem breathing sulfur, a microbe living from radiolytic hydrogen, a community under the seafloor. These are not speculative inventions. They are residents of our planet. Maybe that is why they are so powerful. They do not ask us to imagine an impossible universe. They ask us to revise the one under our feet. There is a kind of darkness that is not black. It is cloudy white with bacteria. In sulfur caves, microbial mats can coat stream surfaces and walls in pale filaments, sometimes hanging like wet threads. The water may smell sharply of sulfide, the rock may be slick, the air can be harsh. To a human, the place feels hostile. To sulfur-oxidizing microbes, it is opportunity. Some caves form or are enlarged by sulfuric acid, produced when hydrogen sulfide from deep sources meets oxygenated water and microbial activity. In such systems, geology and biology participate in shaping the cave itself. Microbes do not merely inhabit the environment, they help transform it. They oxidize sulfur compounds, produce acid, dissolve limestone. The cave becomes partly a biological artifact, though over geologic time and through chemical processes rather than intention. In these sulfur-rich caves, sunlight is irrelevant. Energy enters through reduced sulfur compounds and oxygen. Microbial mats form the base for small food webs. Invertebrates graze, predators hunt, and the cave becomes an ecosystem built around chemical gradients. The darkness is not empty. It is white, stringy, acidic, alive. This is not the romantic darkness of stars. It is the darkness of metabolism. Human senses often rebel against such places. We associate foul smell with danger and decay. Hydrogen sulfide warns us for good reason. Low oxygen can confuse and kill. Tight passages trigger fear. The cave does not care. Its chemistry proceeds. Its microbes grow where conditions permit. Its animals evolve around constraints that would make our bodies fail quickly. The creatures without sunlight repeatedly expose the provincial nature of comfort. We define livable by our own needs: oxygen at the right level, moderate temperature, tolerable pressure, visible space, familiar food. But life as a whole is broader. Some microbes tolerate boiling temperatures, freezing brines, acidity, alkalinity, radiation, pressure, salinity. Animals are generally less extreme than microbes, but even animals occupy places far beyond human comfort: vent edges, caves, trenches, polar darkness. The world is not habitable in one way. It is habitable in patches, layers, thresholds. A sulfur cave may be lethal in one chamber and rich in another. A vent chimney may be too hot at the fluid outlet and too cold a short distance away. A brine pool may kill an animal that crosses into it, while mussels thrive along the rim. A deep rock fracture may be habitable only where water and mineral chemistry align. The habitable world is a mosaic, and darkness forces us to see the mosaic, because the obvious green layer is gone. In surface environments, sunlight smooths differences by being widely available. In darkness, every local source of energy matters. A seep here, nothing there. A bat colony in one cave, famine in another. A fracture with hydrogen, sterile rock nearby. This patchiness creates isolation, specialization, and sometimes extraordinary endemism. It also means that small habitats can carry large evolutionary importance. A single vent field may host species found nowhere else. A single cave may contain lineages restricted to that system. A single aquifer may be the whole world for an animal. Such species do not have backup homes. This is one reason deep-sea mining and groundwater contamination are so worrying. The habitats may look barren from a distance, but their biological value is concentrated and poorly understood. A hydrothermal vent field targeted for minerals may be the only known habitat for a species like the scaly foot snail. The metal that makes the place economically interesting may be the same metal that shapes the animal's life. To mine without understanding is to confuse resource with emptiness. Dark habitats have often been vulnerable to that confusion. Because they are hard to see, they are easy to treat as unused. Because their animals are small or strange, they are easy to dismiss. Because their processes are microbial, they are easy to overlook. But the absence of human familiarity is not absence of value. A cave with blind insects is not empty. A seep with bacterial mats is not waste ground. A vent chimney is not just ore. A rock fracture with microbes is not dead stone. One of the quiet ethical lessons of sunlight-free life is that visibility should not determine care. Many of the most important living processes are hidden. Photosynthesis itself is visible only in its results. The molecular work is invisible. Soil microbial communities sustain agriculture without being seen. Gut microbes shape animal health. Deep sea bacteria feed vent animals. Subsurface microbes alter global cycles. Life's hiddenness is not rare. Our attention to hiddenness is.
Creatures without sunlight train attention. They ask us to notice the edge of a brine pool, the pale film on cave water, the chemistry of a plume, the blind body in an aquifer, the microbe in basalt. They ask us to slow down because quick looking fails in the dark. They ask us to understand through traces, a temperature anomaly, a sulfide measurement, a DNA sequence, a shell cluster, an empty tube, a change in water. This kind of attention is not only scientific, it is almost moral. It begins by admitting that the world exceeds our immediate senses. In the deep ocean, distance is not measured only in meters. It is measured in difficulty. A vent field 2 kilometers down may be less accessible than the moon in some practical ways. A cave pool a few hundred meters underground may be more dangerous to reach than a mountain summit. A microbe in rock may require drilling, sterile sampling, chemical controls, and years of analysis before anyone can say with confidence that it was living there and not introduced from above. Darkness protects itself through pressure, chemistry, remoteness, and scale. This means our knowledge of sunlight-free creatures has always depended on patience and doubt. Doubt is important. When scientists find microbes in deep samples, they must ask whether those microbes truly came from the deep or were contaminants. When animals are seen near vents, researchers must ask what they are eating, whether they are residents or visitors. When cave ecosystems seem isolated, they must ask what hidden inputs might connect them to the surface. The story is more beautiful when it is careful. Care does not diminish wonder. It gives wonder bones. A careless version of the story would say, "These creatures live entirely without the sun." A careful version says, "Some ecosystems are powered directly by chemosynthesis. Many dark ecosystems still receive energy from surface photosynthesis. Oxygen in deep water often comes from photosynthetic life. Geological energy can support primary production in specific places, and life without sunlight is not one phenomenon, but a family of strategies." This careful version is richer. It allows hydrothermal vents to be truly radical without making false claims. It allows caves to be diverse rather than all the same. It allows deep-sea animals to be both connected to surface snow and, in certain habitats, independent of present sunlight as a primary energy source. It allows microbes in rock to be slow and significant, not exaggerated into fantasy. It keeps the mystery honest. Honesty matters because these ecosystems are already astonishing. They do not need embellishment. A tube worm without a digestive system is astonishing. An animal using internal bacteria to live from toxic chemicals is astonishing.
A cave sealed from light with dozens of endemic invertebrates is astonishing. A snail coating itself in iron sulfide is astonishing. Animal life beneath the sea floor at vents is astonishing. The facts are enough. The role of cinematic storytelling is not to inflate them, but to let them be felt. To feel them, we have to translate scale into experience. A vent fluid can exceed 300 degrees Celsius, yet water at depth does not boil the way it would at the surface because pressure changes its behavior. A tube worm can stand near that flow only because it lives in mixed water, where hot and cold combine. The seafloor around it may be near freezing a short distance away. The animal inhabits a thermal cliff. A cold seep may look calm, but release methane and sulfide that shape everything around it. A cave may be quiet, but chemically dangerous. Deep rock may be still, but metabolically active at microscopic scales. The absence of visible drama can hide intense gradients. This is a lesson for looking at nature generally. The most important boundary in a landscape is not always visible. A salt front in an estuary, an oxygen minimum in water, a pH shift in soil, a microbial layer in sediment, a temperature transition at a vent. Life organizes around such boundaries. Our eyes see objects. Ecology often happens at interfaces. Creatures without sunlight are interface specialists. They live where reduced chemicals meet oxidants, where warm fluids meet cold seawater, where cave air meets sulfitic water, where rock meets groundwater, where dead organic matter meets microbial decomposition. They are not simply creatures of darkness, they are creatures of meeting points. This may be why their worlds feel so alive once understood. A vent is not a thing, but a meeting. A seep is not a location, but an exchange. A cave ecosystem is not a void, but a set of inputs and transformations. The deep biosphere is not just life in rock, but life where water and mineral surfaces create chemical possibility. The word survive also begins to change. Survival is often imagined as resistance, enduring cold, pressure, starvation, darkness. But these creatures do more than resist. They participate. They become part of the chemical flows that might otherwise seem hostile. A vent tube worm does not merely withstand sulfide, it channels sulfide to symbionts. A sulfur cave microbe does not merely tolerate hydrogen sulfide, it oxidizes it. A scaly foot snail does not merely endure metal-rich water, it incorporates metals into its armor. A subsurface microbe does not merely persist in rock, it draws energy from reactions in the rock-water system. To survive is to join the process that threatens you, but on terms your body can manage. There is a deep elegance in that. The world does not become safe. The organism becomes precise. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean, on the slopes of a vent field, a snail wears the minerals of its home. The scaly foot snail is small enough to hold in a human hand, though almost no human ever will. It lives more than 1.5 miles beneath the surface, near hydrothermal vents, where black smokers release mineral-rich fluids. Its foot is covered with overlapping scales, and in some populations, those scales are coated with iron sulfide. Its shell can also contain an iron-rich outer layer. Under human light, it looks like a creature imagined by someone who confused biology with armor. But the snail is not a fantasy of toughness. It is a soft animal making use of a hard environment. Its body contains chemosynthetic bacteria that help feed it. It lives where toxic chemicals emerge from the earth. It has a large heart relative to its size, likely helping circulate materials needed by both snail and symbionts. Around it, the vent field is full of gradients: metals, sulfide, oxygen, temperature. The snail turns some of this into protection and some into nourishment through partnership. This is a recurring theme in dark ecosystems. The environment enters the body. For surface animals, environment often seems external. The sun warms skin. Plants grow outside us. Water surrounds. Air is breathed. But at vents and seeps, chemical relationships become internal. Bacteria inside tissues transform compounds. Blood carries molecules that would otherwise poison. Mineral ions become shell or scale. The body is not sealed against the world. It is a controlled opening. The scaly foot snail's future, however, reveals another opening, one more troubling. The same vent fields that support it contain minerals of interest to humans. Deep-sea mining has been proposed in regions where hydrothermal vent deposits concentrate metals. The snail became famous not only for its biology, but because it was listed as endangered due to the threat of deep-sea mining. A creature that survived darkness, pressure, heat, toxicity, and isolation may be threatened by extraction before most people ever learn it exists. There is an old human pattern here. We discover wonder and resource in the same place. The question is, which one teaches us faster? A vent chimney can be seen as ore. It can also be seen as habitat, archive, engine, and neighborhood. Both descriptions point to real properties, but only one includes the living relationships that took centuries or millennia to assemble. Deep-sea mining does not occur in a blank industrial space. It would occur in ecosystems that are difficult to study, slow or uncertain to recover, and often home to species with limited ranges. The snail's armor, so visually compelling, becomes almost symbolic. It protected the animal from predators, perhaps from the immediate dangers of vent life. It cannot protect the vent field itself. That vulnerability is shared by many darkness-adapted creatures. The olm cannot protect the groundwater from pollution. A cave beetle cannot protect the cave from quarrying. A tube worm cannot protect the vent from disturbance. A subsurface microbe cannot protect its aquifer from contamination. Specialization gives life a way to persist in extreme habitats, but not a way to negotiate with industrial civilization. Only we can do that, and we can only do it well if our imagination catches up to our reach. The deep ocean used to be beyond reach. Caves were accessible only at their entrances. Aquifers were hidden. Now our tools extend us downward. Drills, submersibles, mining machines, lights, pumps, sensors. Technology gives us access before it gives us wisdom. The creatures without sunlight arrive in our awareness at precisely the moment we become capable of harming them. This timing is uncomfortable. It asks for restraint at the frontier of knowledge. Restraint does not mean never exploring. Exploration is how these worlds become known. But it means exploring with humility, acknowledging uncertainty, protecting representative habitats, avoiding the assumption that unseen life is expendable. It means understanding that a deep-sea vent field is not replaceable on human timescales simply because another vent exists somewhere else. Each may have its own species, chemistry, history. Dark ecosystems are not interchangeable darkness. They are particular. Mobile Cave is not just any cave. It is its own isolated, sulfurous world. A hydrothermal vent field in the Indian Ocean is not the same as one in the Pacific. A cold seep off the Atlantic margin has its own community and geology. A lava tube on an island may hold species found nowhere else. The underworld is specific, and specificity is what biodiversity means. To care for these places, We have to resist the flattening effect of remoteness. From far away, all deep sea looks like deep sea. All caves look like caves. All microbes look like microbes. Close attention restores difference. This is true emotionally as well. The creatures that survive without sunlight could sound like a category in a textbook, but within it are countless lives. A shrimp grazing bacteria, a worm delivering sulfide to symbionts, a spider waiting for vibration, a snail building metal scales, a microbe dividing in a rock fracture, a mussel filtering chemistry through its gills, a cave salamander sensing movement in black water. No single creature represents the whole. Together, they form a quiet rebellion against simplicity. In a cave, the first thing darkness takes is distance. Your light touches the wall, and beyond it, the passage might continue for 5 meters or 500. The eye loses its authority. Sound becomes uncertain. A drip seems close, a scrape seems far. The body becomes aware of its own breathing. The stone appears in fragments, wet limestone, a pale insect, a thread of root, a pool surface black enough to seem solid. For a cave animal, this is not confusion. It is home. Take the olm again. It lives in subterranean waters of the Dinaric Karst, a region of limestone riddled with caves and channels. Its skin is pale and sensitive. Its eyes are reduced and covered. It breathes through gills and skin and lungs. It can survive with little food, slowing its life to fit scarcity. It detects chemical signals and movements in water. To us, it seems strange because it lacks the features we expect in a salamander that lives under leaves or in streams. But the olm is not a surface salamander deprived of light. It is an underground salamander, completed by darkness. The same is true of many cave fishes. In the Mexican tetra, surface populations and cave populations provide a living comparison. The cave forms often lose eyes and pigment, change feeding behavior, alter sleep, and develop sensory differences. Their bodies show how quickly and repeatedly evolution can respond to darkness when populations become isolated underground. Different caves can produce similar traits, but the genetic roots may vary. Darkness asks the same question, but evolution may answer through multiple pathways. There is no single way to become blind. There are many histories that end with eyes no longer needed. This should make us cautious with stories of loss. Humans experience blindness through the framework of a sighted species in a sighted society. But an animal lineage evolving in permanent darkness is not experiencing blindness as an injury. It is developing within an environment where vision no longer pays its cost. The body is not mourning color, it is reallocating attention. In darkness, attention may become tactile. Cave insects often have long antennae, long legs, and delicate sensory hairs. Crustaceans detect currents and chemicals. Fish use lateral lines. Spiders sense vibrations through rock and web. Salamanders detect movement in water. The dark is read through contact. This changes the meaning of space. For us, space is visual: open, closed, high, low, near, far. For a cave creature, space may be a map of surfaces touched, currents felt, chemicals tasted, humidity sensed. A wall is not seen from across a chamber. It is encountered through air movement or antenna. Prey is not spotted. It is detected as vibration. A mate is not recognized by color. It is found through scent or behavior. The cave animal does not live in blackness the way we imagine blackness. It lives in a textured field of non-visual information. The same principle applies to deep-sea darkness. A vent crab may sense chemicals, temperature, and movement. A fish may detect vibrations and scent plumes. A larva may respond to chemical cues signaling a vent. A microbe senses gradients at a scale where sight is irrelevant. The absence of light does not mean sensory poverty. It means sensory reorientation. This is one of the quiet philosophical gifts of these creatures. They remind us that reality is not identical with human perception. The world has more channels than our dominant ones. A cave without light is not a world without information. A vent without sun is not a world without energy. A rock without open space is not necessarily a world without life. Our senses are not the measure of being. They are one arrangement among many. In the cave, this lesson is immediate. Turn off a headlamp, and the human body becomes aware of its limits. The darkness is total. A hand in front of the face disappears. Time stretches. Balance changes. The mind begins to fill the absence with imagined shapes. For a minute, perhaps, you feel what it means to be unadapted. Then the light comes back on, and the cave returns as a visible place. But the animals never needed the light to return. Their bodies carry lamps of another kind. Chemical sensors, mechanoreceptors, slow metabolisms, instincts tuned to darkness. They are not brave. They are competent. Bravery belongs to a creature entering danger. Competence belongs to a creature living where it belongs. There is a tenderness in recognizing that. It turns the cave animal from oddity into neighbor, though a distant one, living in a room of earth we cannot inhabit unaided. The planet has two great movements of energy. One falls from above, one rises from below. The falling energy is sunlight, captured by photosynthesis, passed through leaves and plankton, flesh and soil, breath and decay. It gives us the familiar living earth, forests, crops, coral reefs, blooms, herds, insects, birds, human meals. It is broad, generous, seasonal, visible. The rising energy is less obvious. Heat from the interior, chemical compounds from rock and sediment, hydrogen from water-rock reactions, methane from buried processes, sulfide from vents, seeps, caves, and microbial metabolism, radioactive decay splitting water deep underground. It is patchy, hidden, often toxic by human standards, but alive with possibility. The creatures without sunlight gather where the rising energy becomes usable. They are Earth's upward-fed life, not entirely separate from the downward-fed biosphere, but distinct enough to change the story. At a hydrothermal vent, the two movements meet. Oxygen dissolved in seawater, much of it ultimately produced by photosynthesis, mixes with reduced chemicals from the crust. Chemosynthetic microbes use that meeting. So even here, the sun's influence can enter indirectly through oxygen, while the primary energy source for carbon fixation comes from chemicals. The ecosystem is not pure independence, but a crossing of planetary cycles. This crossing is important because it shows Earth as a system, not a set of isolated miracles. The atmosphere, ocean, crust, microbes, and animals are linked. Oxygen changes what kinds of chemosynthesis can occur. Tectonics creates vent systems. Organic burial influences seep methane. Microbes shape mineral deposits. Animals alter habitats. No creature survives without context. To say a creature survives without sunlight is not to say it survives alone. Nothing does. The better question is, what is the first usable energy in its world? For a plant, light. For a vent microbe, sulfide or hydrogen or other reduced compounds. For a methane seep symbiont, Methane. For a radiolysis-supported subsurface community, hydrogen from water split by radiation. For a cave cricket, perhaps food gathered outside. For a mobile invertebrate, organic matter produced by chemosynthetic microbes in the cave system. Once that first energy is converted into biomass, animals can appear. The forms of animals are the visible afterlives of invisible energy sources. A meadow is sunlight wearing green. A tube-worm forest is sulfide wearing red plumes. A mussel bed at a seep is methane wearing shells. A cave community is scarcity wearing pale legs and antennae. A deep microbial film is rock chemistry wearing cells. This is poetic, but it is also materially true in the sense that bodies are built from energy and matter transformed. The creatures are records of the energy that shaped them. When you look at a vent tubeworm, you are looking at the Earth's internal heat made biological through microbial metabolism. When you look at a cave fish, you are looking at generations of darkness made anatomical. When you look at a scaly foot snail, you are looking at vent minerals made protective. Life is not separate from environment. It is environment reorganized into persistence. The creatures without sunlight make this visible because their environments are so unfamiliar. But the same is true of us. Human bones are minerals borrowed and regulated. Blood carries iron. Our cells use chemical gradients across membranes. We eat sunlight stored in plants and animals. We host microbes. We are also environment folded into body. We only seem separate because our environment is familiar. The dark creatures remove that illusion. They show the body as negotiation. A ventworm negotiates sulfide and oxygen. A cave animal negotiates hunger and sensory loss. A subsurface microbe negotiates scarcity and time. A hadal animal negotiates pressure. A seep mussel negotiates methane and symbiosis. Each life is a treaty with conditions, and treaties can fail if conditions change too quickly. This is why climate and human disturbance reach even darkness. Ocean warming, deoxygenation, acidification, pollution, seabed mining, groundwater extraction, land use changes, and cave tourism can alter the gradients that dark ecosystems depend on. The changes may be indirect but powerful. A cave's food input changes if bat populations decline. A seep community may be disturbed by drilling or trawling. A vent species may lose habitat to mining. Deep-sea oxygen levels affect animals adapted to narrow tolerances. The fact that these creatures do not rely on sunlight does not free them from the rest of Earth. They are connected by water, chemistry, and time. Some of the most important creatures in the dark have no faces, no eyes to lose, no limbs to elongate, no shells to armor, no red plume to wave in the current. They are microbes. It is easy to treat them as background because they do not satisfy the human desire for characters. But in darkness, microbes are often the central characters. They are the ones that can do the first conversion. They can oxidize sulfide, methane, hydrogen, iron. They can fix carbon. They can live in biofilms on rocks, inside animal tissues, in sediments, in cave waters, in crustal fractures. They are the bridge between the non-living and the animal world. Without them, the tubeworm is an empty tube with a plume. The mussel is a shell in hungry water. The cave mat is just chemistry. The deep biosphere is mineral silence. Microbes make darkness edible. The word microbe covers immense diversity. Bacteria and archaea differ in deep evolutionary ways. Their metabolisms are far more varied than animal metabolisms. Animals mostly eat organic matter and use oxygen or other internal processes to extract energy. Microbes can use a stunning range of chemical reactions. They are life's great experimentalists, though not by intention. Through evolution, they have discovered pathways into energy sources animals cannot touch directly.
An animal cannot simply eat hydrogen sulfide and become fed. A microbe can oxidize it and build biomass. An animal cannot graze methane as a cow grazes grass. A methanotrophic microbe can use methane, and a mussel can host that microbe. This dependency gives microbes enormous ecological power. They decide, in a sense, whether a chemical environment can become an animal habitat. If microbes can convert available compounds into biomass at sufficient rates, larger life may gather. If not, chemistry remains unused by animals. The microbial gate opens or stays closed. At vents, microbial communities shift with temperature and chemistry. Different species thrive in different zones. Some prefer hotter fluids, others cooler mixing areas. Some use sulfide, others hydrogen, methane, iron, or ammonia. Biofilms form complex, layered communities where the waste product of one organism may be the resource of another. The microbial world is not a simple base layer. It is an ecosystem before the animals arrive. In caves, microbial mats can include sulfur oxidizers, methane oxidizers, and other specialists depending on the system. In Mobile Cave, chemosynthetic microorganisms produce organic matter that supports the invertebrate community. In deep rock, microbes may exist in consortia where one group produces compounds another consumes. The dark is full of metabolic handoffs. These handoffs are invisible to the naked eye, but they shape visible life. A worm's red plume is visible because bacteria in its body need sulfide and oxygen. A clam bed is visible because microbes in tissues make seep chemistry profitable. A cave's pale invertebrates are visible because microbial production or imported organic matter supports them. The animal world is often the surface expression of microbial metabolism. This is not only true in darkness, but darkness makes it undeniable. It also changes how we think about intelligence and success. Animals move, sense, behave, and attract our attention. Microbes transform planets. They oxygenated Earth's atmosphere long before animals existed. They cycle nitrogen, sulfur, carbon, and iron. They digest, ferment, oxidize, reduce, precipitate, dissolve. In dark ecosystems, they are not primitive background. They are planetary engineers. The creatures without sunlight depend on the smallest lives doing the largest chemical work. There is a humbling scale reversal here. A tube worm may be a meter long. Its symbionts are microscopic. Yet the worm's life depends entirely on them. A cave spider may be a predator. The food web beneath it may begin in microbial films. A deep-sea crab may look dominant. The energy drawing it there began in bacterial metabolism. Predation may sit at the top, but chemistry sits below. In the end, perhaps the title creatures should include microbes first. They are the original creatures of darkness. The four eyes existed before plants colonized land, before animals crawled or swam. Microbes were already exploring chemical ways of living. Some of those ways may reach back toward life's earliest history. The dark metabolisms are not marginal novelties. They may be among life's oldest inheritances. A bacterium oxidizing sulfide at a vent is modern, evolved, specific. But the strategy of living from chemical gradients belongs to a deep biological past. Every animal around it is a later elaboration, a body built around microbial possibility. The red plume gets the camera. The microbe runs the world.
At the edge of a hydrothermal vent, temperature can change faster than thought. A probe moves a few centimeters, and the reading shifts from near freezing seawater to dangerously hot fluid. The animals living there are not simply enduring one extreme, they are navigating variability. The vent is a place of mixing, and mixing is unstable. Plumes pulse, currents shift, chimneys crumble, mineral surfaces grow and break. A site that was safe may become lethal. A site that was barren may become rich. This instability shapes the creatures. Many vent animals reproduce in ways that allow dispersal. Larvae drift through the deep ocean, sometimes for long periods, searching for suitable habitat. Adult communities may be destroyed by eruptions or flow changes, but new vents appear elsewhere. The species persist by moving through a scattered network of temporary habitats. Their world is not one place, but a series of openings in the crust.
This is difficult for humans to imagine because we map space by landmarks. A mountain remains, a river shifts but persists, a city is built to last. Vent animals live in a geography of chemical opportunities that appear and vanish. Their map is not visual terrain, but livable flow. How does a larva find a vent in the vast darkness? The full answer varies and remains an active field of research, but chemical cues, temperature signals, pressure, currents, and perhaps microbial signatures may all matter. Larvae are not tiny conscious explorers with maps. They are bodies shaped by selection to respond to cues that have mattered in the past. The ones that settled in the right places left descendants. Over time, the ability to find darkness within darkness became written into life cycles. A vent larva drifting through the deep is one of the most fragile images in this story. It is small, almost invisible, carried by water through a world mostly unsuitable for its future. Somewhere, perhaps kilometers away, a vent plume rises. Chemicals spread. Microbes bloom. A surface waits. If the larva misses it, nothing happens. If it finds it, an entire adult life may become possible. A city begins with a speck that responded correctly. Cave colonization has a different tempo. A surface ancestor enters a cave or aquifer. Perhaps it finds refuge from predators, stable temperatures, water, or food. If a population remains isolated, selection and drift begin their long work. Eyes shrink over generations, pigment fades, behavior shifts. The cave species emerges not in a sudden discovery, but in the slow narrowing of a lineage into darkness. Subsurface microbes may disperse through water moving in fractures, through sediments, through ocean crust circulation. Their timescales may be long, their populations sparse, their evolution shaped by energy limitation. The movement of life in darkness can be fast at vents, slow in rock, episodic in caves, continuous in sediments. There is no single tempo of darkness. Some dark ecosystems are urgent and unstable. Some are ancient and slow. Some are pulsed by floods, eruptions, carcasses, or chemical seepage. The animals and microbes become clocks tuned to those tempos. A seep tube worm, living for centuries, carries a different time inside it than a vent shrimp in a shifting field. A cave salamander, enduring years with little food, lives at a different rhythm than a bacterial bloom on fresh vent rock. A microbe deep underground dividing rarely lives in a time almost mineral. To say all these creatures survive without sunlight is true, but it hides the variety of their time. Light gives the surface a clock, day and night, seasons, photoperiod, blooms, migration, leaves opening and falling. Without sunlight, other clocks take over. Geological flow, chemical supply, hunger, flood pulses, oxygen changes, tectonic disturbance, carcass arrival, microbial growth.
Darkness does not abolish time. It relocates time into processes less visible to us. This can make dark life feel timeless, but it is not. A vent field ages. A cave lineage evolves. A seep community develops. A microbial population shifts. A whale fall passes through stages. Even in darkness, everything is becoming something else. Perhaps what changes is the absence of spectacle. At the surface, dawn announces change. In the dark, change may occur without announcement. A vent flow weakens. A microbial mat thickens. A cave pool chemistry shifts. A seep carbonate mound grows. A rock fracture slowly loses its energy source. A species disappears from a chamber no one visits. The dark world needs witnesses not because it lacks reality without them, but because change without witnesses becomes easy to ignore. Science becomes a form of witnessing. So does storytelling. Imagine a world where the sun never rises, but the ground itself feeds you. This is not a fantasy world. It is Earth in pieces. At a black smoker, hot fluid rises from rock and carries sulfide. At a cold seep, methane bubbles through sediment. In Mobile Cave, sulfur and methane support microbial production. In deep rock, hydrogen can emerge from water rock reactions or radiolysis. In whale bones, microbial decay produces sulfide. At brine pool margins, chemical gradients concentrate life. Each place offers energy without daylight, but not without cost.
The cost is specialization. A photosynthetic plant at the surface can spread wherever light, water, nutrients, and temperature allow. A chemosynthetic vent community exists only where the chemistry is right. A cave species exists only where isolation and resources align. A subsurface microbe exists where water, minerals, and electron acceptors meet. Dark energy is powerful, but local. It creates islands. Islands shape evolution. On islands, species diverge. They become endemic. They lose defenses or gain unusual traits. They adapt to narrow resources. They may become vulnerable to disturbance. A cave is an island in rock. A vent field is an island in the abyss. A seep is an island of chemical flux. A whale fall is an island in time. A brine pool rim is a shoreline island under the sea. The sunlight-free world is an archipelago of hidden islands. This archipelago is difficult to conserve because many islands have not been discovered. Some may vanish before being studied. A vent field can be mined, buried by eruption, or altered. A cave can be polluted. A seep can be trawled. A species may be known from only a few samples. Conservation normally depends on maps, but the maps of darkness are incomplete. Incomplete maps require precaution, not paralysis. Precaution. The recognition that ignorance is not permission. The creatures without sunlight are often ancient in lineage, but newly known to us. That mismatch creates a strange ethical situation. A species may have been evolving in darkness for millions of years and enter human knowledge in a single paper, a single dive, a single specimen. Immediately, it may also enter human risk calculations. Is its habitat in a mining lease? Is its groundwater polluted? Is its cave accessible? Is its vent protected? Knowledge arrives with responsibility already attached. This is heavy, but it should not flatten the wonder. Wonder is the reason responsibility can feel personal. A scaly foot snail is not only a data point in deep-sea conservation, it is an animal that has solved existence in a way almost no other animal has. A mobile cave spider is not only an endemic species, it is a thread in a sealed chemical world.
A tube worm is not only biomass at a vent, it is an animal that outsourced digestion to bacteria and became a standing plume in the dark. These details matter because they make protection concrete. We protect what we can imagine, but imagination must be disciplined by fact. The facts are enough to be almost mythic. There are worms without mouths living by internal bacteria. There are ecosystems that do not use sunlight as their primary source of energy. There are animals living under the seafloor at vents. There are caves where chemical production supports endemic communities. There are microbes deep underground living at rates so slow they challenge our sense of life. There are snails using iron sulfide as armor. There are cold seeps where methane feeds mussels and clams through symbiosis. The myth is not invented, it is discovered. The deeper you follow this subject, the more the word darkness begins to split apart. There is the darkness of depth, where water absorbs sunlight. There is the darkness of enclosure, where rock blocks the sky. There is the darkness of burial, where sediment and stone seal life away. There is the darkness of ice, where an ocean may lie beneath a frozen shell. There is the darkness of time, where organisms live so slowly that ordinary biological urgency fades. And there is the darkness of ignorance, the one inside human understanding. The creatures that survive without sunlight live in the first kinds. They help us confront the last. Our ignorance is not shameful by itself. The world is large, much of it is hard to reach. What matters is whether ignorance becomes arrogance or curiosity. For a long time, absence of evidence in the deep ocean was taken, understandably but incorrectly, as evidence of absence. We had not seen abundant life there, so we imagined it could not exist. Then we saw it. This pattern should make us cautious elsewhere. Not every hidden place is full of life. Some environments really are too hot, too dry, too acidic, too energy poor, too isolated. But the boundary must be discovered, not assumed from comfort. Extremophiles have repeatedly shown that life's limits are wider than expected. Animals, too, have pushed into darkness, pressure, toxicity, and scarcity in ways that force us to redraw the map. The map is not finished. Even now, new vent fields are found, new cave species are described, new microbial metabolisms are discovered, new subseafloor habitats are revealed. The unexplored deep ocean remains vast. The subterranean world beneath continents is even harder to know. There are likely ecosystems without sunlight that no human has imagined because no instrument has yet crossed their threshold. This is not an invitation to fantasy. It is an invitation to humility. The dark does not owe us monsters or miracles. It offers organisms, each specific, each constrained, each real. The real organisms are better than monsters because they change what we know. They do not merely entertain fear, they revise possibility. A monster in the dark confirms an old story. Darkness is danger. A tube worm in the dark tells a new story. Darkness can be productive. A cavefish tells us darkness can shape senses. A microbe in rock tells us darkness can sustain patience. A snail with iron armor tells us darkness can be inventive. The emotional rhythm of this knowledge is not simple awe. It is awe, then correction, then tenderness, then concern, then awe again. These creatures are astonishing, but they are not invincible. They are alien-looking, but they are kin. They are hidden, but increasingly affected. They live without sunlight, but not without dependence. They are fragile and enduring at once. That combination feels familiar. All life is fragile and enduring at once. The surface world only lets us forget it sometimes. In the dark, the truth is clearer. There are no trees around a black smoker, but there are forests. Not forests of wood, but forests of tubes. White stems anchored in rock, red plumes opening and closing in the current. The comparison is imperfect, and yet the eye reaches for it because density suggests vegetation. A tubeworm cluster has verticality, repetition, shelter. Smaller animals move among the tubes as insects move through grass. Crabs climb, snails graze, bacteria coat surfaces. The structure creates microhabitats. This is one of the ways animals make abundance possible after abundance begins. Microbes provide primary production, but animal bodies shape the space. Tubeworms create three-dimensional structure. Mussels form beds with spaces between shells. Clams stabilize sediment. Carbonate rocks from seep processes provide hard substrate. A habitat becomes more complex, and complexity invites more life. The original chemical source is local, but the community's physical form expands opportunity. At the surface, coral reefs do this. Forests do this. Grasslands do this. In darkness, the builders are different, but the principle persists. Life creates living space for life. A vent field without tubeworms would not be the same habitat. A seep without mussels would not host the same animals. A cave without bat guano would support a different community. A whale fall without bones would pass through different stages. The creatures are not decorations on energy flow. They alter the flow's consequences. This is why removing key species can reshape an ecosystem even in darkness. If a mining operation destroys vent structures, it removes not only animals, but the surfaces, flows, and settlement queues tied to them. If groundwater pollution kills microbial mats, cave invertebrates lose their base. If bats disappear from a cave, guano communities collapse. The dark web is subtle but real. Food webs without sunlight can still be webs. And webs tear. The idea of a web is useful because it prevents us from isolating the charismatic, strange animal from its support. The scaly foot snail is remarkable, but it belongs to vent chemistry, symbiotic bacteria, predators, mineral supply, and habitat stability. The olm is remarkable, but it belongs to groundwater quality, prey availability, karst hydrology, and long-term cave conditions. The tubeworm belongs to bacteria, sulfide, oxygen, currents, larvae, and chimneys. To protect the creature, one must protect the relationships. This is difficult because relationships are less visible than bodies. A shell can be photographed. A chemical gradient must be measured. A symbiosis must be studied. A groundwater recharge pattern must be understood. A dispersal pathway may be invisible. Conservation in darkness is conservation of hidden relationships. That may be one reason it lags behind. It is easier to rally around a forest seen from a hillside than a seep field seen by a robot. Easier to understand a bird than a cave isopod. Easier to love a coral reef than a microbial mat. But the difficulty is not an excuse. It is the work. The work begins with telling the truth beautifully enough that attention can enter, not exaggerating, not simplifying into false independence, not turning animals into monsters, but allowing the facts to carry their natural strangeness. A worm with no mouth, a cave without plants, a snail with metal scales, a microbe living from rock, a shrimp farming bacteria on its body, a community under the seafloor. These facts are doors. If you stand outside on a clear morning, sunlight seems immediate and total. It warms skin, it casts shadows, it defines distance, it gives color to everything. It is so constant in human experience that we treat it almost as reality itself. But sunlight is local in the universe. It belongs to stars and the surfaces they illuminate. Most matter is not bathed in gentle daylight. Most of the ocean is dark. Much of Earth's interior is dark. Space between stars is dark. The sunlit surface is precious, but it is not the whole condition of existence. The creatures without sunlight help us think beyond the surface bias. They show that life can be more planetary than solar in its immediate habits. It can draw from internal heat, chemical gradients, buried gases, mineral reactions. This does not make the sun unimportant. Earth's surface biosphere, atmosphere, and ocean chemistry are deeply shaped by solar-driven processes, but it means life's relationship to energy is more flexible than the surface alone suggests. Flexibility may be life's defining traits. Not flexibility in every organism, but in life as a whole. Some lineages become specialists, others remain generalists. Some use light, others use chemistry. Some move fast, others slow down. Some build bodies meters long, others remain single cells. Some live in oxygen, others die in it. Some need warmth, others tolerate cold. Life is not one strategy, but a library of strategies. The dark ecosystems occupy shelves of that library we had not read for most of history. Now that we have opened them, they alter the meaning of the whole. A biology textbook that begins and ends with sunlight misses too much. A philosophy of life that assumes visibility misses too much. A search for extraterrestrial life that requires daylight misses too much. The creatures that survive without sunlight are not footnotes. They are reminders that our central examples became central because they were near us. Nearness is not importance. Visibility is not importance. Sunlight is not the only stage. There are stages under ice, under ocean, under stone, inside animals, inside rock pores, along chemical fronts, in sealed aquifers. They are not stages built for our eyes. They are not waiting to be picturesque, but they are part of the living planet. To think this way changes even a stone in your hand. It may not be alive, but stone is no longer the opposite of life. It may have hosted fluids. It may contain minerals microbes could use under certain conditions. It may be part of a geological cycle that creates habitats elsewhere. Rock and life are not enemies. On Earth, they are long-term collaborators. The green world grows on the mineral world. The dark world grows from it. At vents, this collaboration is almost visible. Mineral chimneys rise as microbes and animals gather. In caves, limestone dissolves and shelters. In aquifers, rock stores and channels water. In subsurface ecosystems, mineral surfaces provide energy and attachment. The living and non-living are braided more tightly than our everyday categories suggest. Perhaps this is why these creatures feel ancient, even when the species themselves are modern. They reveal a relationship between life and Earth that is older than forests. Before there were trees, there were microbes. Before flowers, there were chemical metabolisms. Before animals had eyes, life existed without seeing. Darkness is not only a place life moved into after light, it is part of life's ancestral condition. Eyes came later. Sunlit forests came later. The deep, chemical world was already there. The animals at a vent do not know they are part of a revolution. A crab lifts one leg and sets it down on black rock. A tube worm plume withdraws from a shadow. A snail crosses a mineral surface millimeter by millimeter. Bacteria divide. Hot water rises, cold water presses around it. Minerals settle. A chimney grows. Nothing announces itself. This is important because human stories often search for climaxes. Nature often works through continuance. The creatures without sunlight are not waiting for a dramatic moment. Their drama is that they continue at all. Continuation can be quiet. A cave salamander resting for months. A seep tube worm adding slow length to its tube. A microbe maintaining a membrane potential in a rock fracture. A mussel feeding its symbionts. A larva drifting until chemistry changes. These are not scenes of conquest. They are scenes of maintenance. And maintenance is the central labor of life. To stay alive is to keep conditions within bounds. Salts, water, temperature, energy, waste, repair. In extreme darkness, this maintenance becomes visible because the margins are narrow. A vent animal must avoid overheating and starvation. A cave animal must avoid wasting energy. A subsurface microbe must make metabolism pay on almost nothing. A hadal animal must keep proteins functioning under pressure. A seep symbiosis must balance host and bacteria. Life is a series of balances, and darkness often removes buffers. This makes the creatures appear delicate, but they are also exquisitely competent. A body that can do these things is not barely alive. It is precisely alive. Precision is another kind of beauty. Not the beauty of color or song, though dark creatures may have those too in their own ways. The beauty of fit, of a structure matched to a condition, of a metabolism matched to a chemical gradient, of a sensory system matched to a lightless space, of a life cycle matched to temporary vents, of a slow body matched to scarce food. At the surface, beauty often overwhelms with abundance. Flowers, birds, reefs, forests. In the dark, beauty often arrives through explanation. At first, the animal may look plain, pale, even unsettling. Then you learn what it is doing, and the beauty appears. The worm has no mouth because bacteria feed it. The snail wears iron because the vent provides it. The cavefish lost eyes because the cave did not need them. The microbe lives slowly because deep rock allows no haste. Understanding becomes a kind of light. But it is a light we carry carefully, because too much literal light can disturb. The metaphor must not become a flood lamp. The dark deserves to remain dark. Maybe the deepest respect is not to imagine bringing sunlight to these creatures. It is to understand that they do not require it. We often equate illumination with improvement. Light the cave, map the seabed, expose the hidden, reveal everything. But some worlds are themselves because they are not illuminated. Darkness is not merely a problem to solve, it is a condition that has shaped life. The goal is not to turn every dark place into a visible place. The goal is to know enough to protect and wonder, without erasing the very conditions that made the wonder possible. A cave with tourist lights becomes a different cave. A vent field under mining machines becomes a different vent field. A seep trawled by heavy gear becomes a different seep. A dark habitat exposed carelessly to surface assumptions can be damaged by attention itself. So the story of creatures without sunlight must not lead to conquest, it must lead to restraint. We approach, learn, and step back. We send robots instead of bodies. We sample carefully. We leave places unmined. We protect caves. We reduce pollution. We allow some darkness to remain unentered. The unknown is not valuable only because it may someday be known. It is valuable because it is part of the world. There is an image that stays. A field of tube worms in black water. They stand close together, their white tubes rising from the seafloor,
their red plumes opening into the current. Around them, the water shimmers from heat. The rock is dark and mineral-stained. Crabs move slowly through the spaces. Somewhere out of view, fluid, hot from the crust, pours upward. Somewhere inside each worm, bacteria are making food from chemicals the animal cannot use alone. No sunlight reaches them. No season colors them. No dawn tells them to begin. And yet, they are beginning all the time. Beginning with each molecule taken in, each bacterial reaction, each larva that settles, each tube extended, each plume opened to the water. The vent community is not a single miracle frozen in place. It is continuous beginning, continuous conversion. The same is true in Mobile Cave, where microbial mats support a sealed community. In cold seeps, where methane and sulfide feed symbiotic shellfish and tube worms. In deep rock, where microbes find energy in reactions too slow for ordinary imagination. In hadal trenches, where life persists under immense pressure. In caves around the world, where eyeless animals move through dark passages with senses we barely understand. The creatures that survive without sunlight are not asking us to abandon the sun. They are asking us to see beyond it. They show that the living Earth is not a flat green surface turned toward a star. It is a layered, breathing, reacting planet, alive in its cracks, its sediments, its sealed waters, its mineral chimneys, its hidden chambers. The sunlit world is magnificent, but beneath it, beside it, and sometimes independent of it, other worlds continue. A human day ends when the sun goes down. Their day never began. Still, they feed, they grow, they wait, they sense, they reproduce, they build communities, they alter stone and water. They disappear into cracks. They return after eruptions. They turn poison into tissue. They turn methane into shell. They turn darkness into habitat. Far below the last blue light, a plume of hot water rises from the crust. It carries no message meant for us. Around it, the animals remain. But the story does not stop at the plume. To understand these creatures fully, you have to come closer. Not with the brightness of a spotlight, but with the patience of someone kneeling beside a tide pool. Except the tide pool is 2,000 meters below the surface, and the water around it could crush a human lung. Begin with the tube worm. At first, it looks almost botanical, a white tube fixed to the seafloor, a soft red plume at the top. It sways a little, withdraws when disturbed, opens again when the water feels right. The body inside the tube is long and pale. It is not dramatic in motion. It has none of the frantic gestures of a predator. And yet, the animal is one of the great biological revisions of the 20th century, because it made visible a life strategy that had seemed almost impossible for a large animal. The adult tube worm has given up the ordinary animal bargain of eating. This does not mean it has escaped hunger. It means hunger has been relocated. Its bacteria hunger for sulfide, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. The worm gathers those things with its plume and blood. The bacteria make organic compounds. The worm absorbs the reward. If the flow changes, if sulfide fades, if oxygen becomes scarce, if the plume cannot gather what the internal garden needs, the system fails. The worm is not independent. It is more dependent than most animals, but its dependency is internal, disciplined, and hidden. There is something almost monastic about this arrangement. The worm stays in place. It does not chase. It does not graze. It does not tear flesh. It stands in darkness and maintains a relationship.
Its whole body is organized around the work of keeping an invisible community alive. And because that community feeds it, the animal grows where an animal should not grow. It becomes tall in a place without plants. It becomes abundant in a place without fields.
Now move to the mussels. A mussel bed at a seep or vent can look familiar from a distance because shells are shells, and humans know shells. We find them on beaches. We hold them to ears. We associate them with tides and restaurants and shorelines. But these deep mussels belong to a different household. They may host bacteria in their gills, bacteria that use methane or sulfide. The animal pumps water, controls exposure, and lives at the edge of chemistry. Its shell is not merely a shell. It is the visible wall of a chamber where the deep earth meets a microbial metabolism. The mussel bed changes the seafloor around it. Empty mud becomes structure. Structure becomes shelter. Shelter becomes opportunity. Small worms, crustaceans, and other animals occupy the spaces between shells. Predators arrive. Sediment collects. The bed becomes a neighborhood built from individual bodies, each one partly dependent on the invisible labor inside its own tissues. Then there are the shrimp. In some vent fields, shrimp gather in crowds so dense that the rock appears to ripple. Some have reduced eyes or specialized light-sensitive organs, shaped by a world where the sun is gone, but faint thermal or chemical cues and bioluminescent flashes may matter. Some graze bacteria from surfaces. Some carry microbial communities on their bodies. They move through water that shifts between deadly heat and cold darkness, reading a world of gradients we can barely imagine. Their lives are more mobile than the tube worms, but no less tied to microbial production. A shrimp can walk away from one surface to another. It can crowd with others near a flow. It can feed, retreat, return. But it is still an animal living from the first work of microbes. It is one step outward from chemistry and still surrounded by it. The Yeti crab offers another image: a pale body, hairy limbs, claws held in vent fluid as though warming hands by a fire. The hairs harbor bacteria. The crab moves and waves its limbs to cultivate microbial growth, then scrapes or consumes the harvest. It is not farming in the human sense, with intention and planning, but functionally, it is agriculture of the dark. A body becomes a field. A current becomes weather. Bacteria become crop. The cave animals answer the same problem with a different grammar. There is no plume to stand beside, no vent flow to wave claws in, no methane seep spreading across sediment. In many caves, energy arrives rarely and indirectly. A cave beetle may spend its life searching the walls and floor for scraps. A cave spider may wait for vibration. A blind fish may patrol water that offers little food. The darkness here is not chemically generous. It is stable, but poor. The adaptations become quiet. Less pigment, less sight, less motion, more touch, more smell, more patience. A cave animal may look as if it has been reduced, but reduction can be refinement. A body does not need to carry the cost of display when no one sees display. It does not need to maintain eyes that cannot help. It can slow down, stretch time, become economical. It can produce fewer offspring, live longer, move less, sense more. It can turn deprivation into a way of being. The word extreme is useful, but it can also deceive. It centers the human body. High pressure is extreme to us. Sulfide is extreme to us. Total darkness is extreme to us. But an organism adapted to those conditions is not constantly overcoming extremity. It is living normally. The vent worm is not brave.
The cavefish is not tragic. The microbe in basalt is not lonely. These are human moods projected into places where they do not belong. What is extreme for one body is home for another. A desert cactus would drown in a swamp. A trout would die in air. A human would fail in a vent field. A vent microbe might fail in a sunny meadow. Habitability is always relational. It asks, habitable for whom? By what metabolism? With what history? Under what conditions? This question is important because it prevents us from treating life as a single template. The creatures without sunlight reveal the plurality of living. They do not all solve darkness the same way. Some escape the need for eyes. Some keep light sensitivity. Some depend on symbionts. Some graze microbial mats. Some eat animals that ate microbes. Some wait for imported scraps. Some do not move at all. Some drift as larvae through a dark ocean until chemistry calls them down. If there is a philosophy here, it is not that life always finds a way. That phrase is too easy. Life does not find every way. Many places remain sterile. Many organisms die. Many lineages fail. The better truth is quieter. When energy, matter, water, and time align, life can become stranger than expectation. And expectation is often smaller than the world. This is why the discovery of life without sunlight continues to feel unfinished. Each habitat gives an answer, but also a correction. Vents corrected the belief that complex ecosystems required sunlight at their base. Mobile Cave corrected the belief that such chemosynthetic ecosystems were only deep ocean phenomena. Deep subsurface microbes corrected the belief that rock was biologically empty. Animal life beneath vent crust corrected the belief that animals stopped at the seafloor surface. Hadal seep communities corrected the belief that extreme trench depths were only scavenger landscapes. Again and again, the boundary moved. Not everywhere, not infinitely, but enough to make certainty feel premature. There is a humility in the moving boundary. It does not make science weaker. It is the strength of science to let the boundary move when evidence arrives. A dark plume on a sensor, a sample from a borehole, a pale animal under a lava shelf, a microbial gene sequence, a cave survey, a chemical anomaly. A small fact becomes a door in the wall of the known. The creatures pass through first. We follow with language. There are places in the ocean where the seafloor looks wounded, but the wound is gentle. Not a chimney, not a black plume, just a pale stain on sediment, a cluster of shells, a thin smoke of bubbles rising from mud, a white bacterial mat spreading like cloth. If a vehicle passed too quickly, it could miss the whole thing. But to the creatures nearby, the seep is as important as a river mouth, as a spring in a desert, as a flowering tree to insects. Cold seeps are subtle because their energy moves slowly. Methane seeps upward. Sulfide gathers in sediments. Microbes make carbonate minerals that harden the sea floor. Over time, a structure appears. Clams settle. Mussels attach. Tube worms root themselves in the chemical edge. The seep becomes a place with memory. Not memory in thought, but memory in stone and shell, in accumulated carbonate, in the traces of generations that lived from the same leak. A seep can persist long enough for age to become part of its atmosphere. Some seep tube worms grow slowly, adding length over decades. Their tubes may stand like pale reeds in a current that never sees light. They do not rush because the seep does not rush. The chemistry comes gradually. The animals answer gradually. Around them, ordinary deep-sea species may arrive to feed, shelter, or hunt, drawn into a community whose first energy began under the mud. The cold seep shows that darkness is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is administrative. A gas rises, a bacterium oxidizes, a shell opens, a worm grows, a carbonate crust thickens, a crab patrols the edge, a fish waits nearby. Nothing erupts, nothing flashes. The world is maintained by slow accounting, by molecules moving through sediments and bodies. This kind of life can be hard for human attention because it lacks the violence of event. But the seep's quietness is part of its power. It says that a world without sunlight does not need spectacle to be important. It can be built from persistence. It can be a low, steady grammar of chemistry and animal patience. The same is true below continents. Deep groundwater does not look cinematic. A sample in a vial may be clear. A core of rock may look ordinary. A fracture surface may seem empty. Yet inside such systems, microbes may be using hydrogen, sulfate, iron, carbon dioxide. They may be part of communities that have been separated from the surface for long periods. They may live so slowly that our normal idea of a generation becomes blurred. What does it mean for a cell to live slowly? It means every reaction must count. It means repair may matter more than growth. It means reproduction may be rare. It means survival becomes a chemical minimalism, a discipline of not spending what cannot be replaced. To a surface creature, this looks like deprivation. To the microbe, it may be the ordinary rhythm of existence. We often define life by movement because we are animals. We look for running, swimming, feeding, mating, calling. Microbial life in the deep asks us to define life by metabolism, by maintenance, by the ability to preserve a difference between inside and outside. A cell is a boundary that works. Even if it barely grows, even if it waits, even if it divides after spans of time beyond our intuition, it is not stone. It is an organized refusal to become equilibrium. Life, at its smallest, is a sustained imbalance. This is why chemical gradients matter so deeply. A world in total equilibrium has no usable energy. Everything settled, everything finished, everything the same. Life requires unfinishedness, a difference in concentration, a difference in charge, a compound ready to react, a surface where molecules gather, a flow carrying one ingredient into another. The sun creates vast unfinishedness at the surface. The dark earth creates smaller, hidden unfinishedness below. The creatures without sunlight gather at those unfinished places. They are not miracles floating in empty dark. They are consequences of gradients. A vent chimney is a gradient made of heat and sulfide. A seep is a gradient made of methane and oxygen. A sulfur cave is a gradient made of reduced compounds and air or water carrying oxidants. A rock fracture is a gradient made of minerals and water chemistry. A whale fall is a gradient made by decay. A brine pool rim is a gradient sharp enough to draw a border in the sea. The border is where life becomes dense. Look again at the cave. No matter how much we describe it, a cave resists full translation because its darkness is physical. It is not the same as closing your eyes. Closing your eyes leaves the body in a world designed by sight. The room is still known. The furniture remains. Light presses red through the lids. A true cave dark is different. It is not hidden light. It is the absence of visual information altogether. For a human, this absence becomes psychological quickly. For a cave animal,
it is not absence at all. A blind cavefish does not swim through a lack. It swims through water rich with pressure waves, chemical traces, boundaries, currents, textures. A cave cricket does not walk through emptiness. It walks through surfaces that speak through its legs. A spider without eyes is not surrounded by nothing. It is surrounded by vibrations, humidity, scent, air movement. This should make us careful with the phrase, dark world. Dark to whom? The animal may inhabit a world as full as ours, but filled through channels we do not privilege. If we could enter its perception, the cave might not be black. It might be a field of touch, a slow weather of molecules, a map of nearby surfaces, a pulse of water movement, a history of scent trails. It might be rich beyond sight. A vent bacterium, if it could be said to know anything, would not know darkness. It would know gradients of chemicals. A tube worm would know the success or failure of exchange. A mussel would know water moving through its body. A subsurface microbe would know its membrane, its enzymes, its minerals, its energy budget. Darkness is a word made by eyes. Life is older than eyes. That sentence is worth holding for a moment. Life is older than eyes. For most of life's history, no organism looked at the world in the way animals later would. Metabolism came first. Membranes came first. Chemical sensing came first. Movement toward and away from compounds came first. The visual world that feels so fundamental to us is a later luxury, a brilliant invention, but not the root of being alive. The creatures without sunlight return us to that older truth. They are not backward. They are reminders. They remind us that living does not begin with seeing. It begins with maintaining a body in a changing world. It begins with finding energy. It begins with responding to difference. It begins with chemistry organized against dissolution. Maybe this is why the deep stories feel so calm when told slowly. Under the drama of vents and caves is something steady, a very old principle moving through new bodies. Life does not ask first whether a place is beautiful. It asks whether there is a way to continue. Sometimes the answer is a leaf. Sometimes it is a bacterium inside a worm. Sometimes it is an eyeless fish. Sometimes it is a cell in stone. Sometimes it is an armored snail in poisonous water. Each answer is local. Each answer is temporary. Each answer is enough for a while. We also have to remember that sunlight itself is not simple. At the surface, the sun can be generous, but it can also burn, dry, bleach, mutate, and expose. Darkness can be harsh, but it can also protect. A cave shields animals from ultraviolet light, from many predators, from weather extremes. Deep water shields organisms from storms, fire, and surface temperature swings. Rock shields microbes from radiation and impact. The same absence that seems like deprivation from one perspective can be refuge from another. This is one reason subterranean life may have mattered through Earth's deep past. Surface conditions have not always been gentle. Asteroid impacts, volcanic winters, snowball glaciations, intense radiation on early Earth, ocean chemistry shifts, mass extinctions. The surface has endured catastrophe. Dark habitats can buffer change. They are not immune, but they may offer continuity when the surface convulses. A microbe in a rock fracture does not care whether forests burn overhead. An aquifer community may continue while climates shift above. A cave lineage may persist through glacial cycles if water and food remain. The dark can be a refuge not because it is easy,
but because it is insulated. Yet insulation also isolates. The refuge can become a trap. A cave species adapted to one aquifer cannot easily migrate when groundwater changes. A vent species tied to one biogeographic province cannot simply relocate if its habitat is destroyed. A microbe deep in rock may persist, but not escape. Darkness protects by narrowing the world. Again, the pattern returns. Gift and cost, shelter and dependence, stability and fragility. The creatures without sunlight live in these paired truths. They survive where the sun does not reach, but they are not free from limits. They show possibility, not invincibility. Under ice, the question becomes even quieter. On Earth, polar seas spend parts of the year under long darkness, and beneath thick ice shelves, the water may be sealed from direct sunlight for long stretches. Much of the life there still depends on food produced elsewhere, carried by currents or sinking from brighter waters. But the feeling of those places brings us closer to another possibility. Oceans where sunlight has never been part of the seafloor story at all. Europa moves around Jupiter in cold brilliance, its surface ice cracked and lined. Enceladus sends plumes into space from fractures near its south pole. Beneath their ice, scientists suspect or know of dark oceans, hidden under shells that no sunlight can penetrate in any useful way. If those oceans touch rock, if heat moves through them, if chemistry creates gradients, then the lessons of Earth's vents and subsurface worlds become more than curiosities. They become a way of asking better questions. Not, where are the forests? Not, where are the colors? Not, where does daylight fall? But where does water meet rock? Where does chemistry remain unfinished? Where might a membrane hold a difference across itself? Where could a microbe, or something like a microbe, make a living without ever needing a dawn? This is not a claim that such moons are inhabited. It is not a promise. It is a widening of the possible. Earth has taught us that the sun is not the only lamp life can gather around. Sometimes the lamp is chemical. Sometimes it is heat. Sometimes it is a reaction inside stone. Sometimes it is a slow leak of methane through mud. Sometimes it is the faint energy released when radiation splits water in a deep fracture. If life exists in an ice-covered ocean elsewhere, it may not look like the creatures we know. It may not have red plumes or shells or claws. It may never become animal at all. It may remain microscopic, quiet, and strange. But because Earth has microbes that live from chemistry in darkness, because Earth has animals that build worlds around those microbes, the thought is no longer empty speculation. It is an extrapolation from a planet that has already surprised us. The creatures without sunlight are, therefore, not only inhabitants of hidden Earth, they are questions sent outward. They ask what life is when sight is removed, when leaves are removed, when seasons are removed, when the familiar surface theater is stripped away. They ask whether biology is a child of sunlight or a child of energy more broadly. Earth answers with vents, seeps, caves, aquifers, trenches, and rock. The answer is not simple, but it is generous. In the deepest version of this story, there are no animals yet. There is only water moving through stone. Minerals dissolve, heat rises, hydrogen forms, sulfur changes state, iron gives and takes electrons, carbon dioxide waits in solution. A membrane appears, or a mineral surface concentrates molecules, or some ancient chemistry holds itself together long enough to become something more organized than its surroundings. This is not a scene anyone witnessed. It is a field of hypotheses, argued over carefully by people trying to understand the first living systems. But the reason the image persists is because modern dark ecosystems make it feel plausible that life and geology can be close enough to touch. At a vent today, that closeness is everywhere. The chimney is built from minerals, but it is also colonized by microbes. The fluid is geological, but it feeds biological processes. The animal is biological, but its survival depends on chemicals from rock. The boundaries are clean only in diagrams. In reality, they blur. Perhaps life has always been a blurring. A cell is not a little object sealed away from the world. It is a controlled exchange with the world. It takes in, lets out, transforms, repairs, copies, responds. It is a border that works. Dark ecosystems make the border vivid because what crosses it can be so dangerous. Sulfide, methane, metals, heat, pressure, hunger. The creature survives by managing exchange. A tube worm manages exchange with blood and plume. A mussel manages exchange with gills and symbionts. A cave animal manages exchange by spending little and sensing much. A microbe manages exchange molecule by molecule. Life is not separation from the environment. It is a relationship kept from collapsing. This is why the creatures in the dark can feel almost philosophical. They are not speaking, but their bodies state something. They say that existence is not given by light alone. They say that lack can become form. They say that poison can become food if another body has the right chemistry. They say that evolution does not preserve our expectations. It preserves what works. A ventworm does not need a mouth because its ancestors entered a different bargain. A cave fish does not need eyes because the cave stopped paying for vision. A scaly foot snail does not need ordinary armor because its world offered metal. A microbe does not need abundance because it can live slowly. None of these statements is metaphor first. Each is biology. The metaphor comes after because the biology is so exact that it begins to mean more than itself. There is also fear in this story, but not the fear we expected. The real fear is not that monsters live in darkness. The real fear is that delicate worlds can disappear before we understand them. A cave stream can be poisoned from the surface by chemicals poured far away. A groundwater withdrawal can lower levels in a chamber no one visits. A vent field can be damaged by machines built to scrape minerals from the seafloor. A cold seep can be disturbed by trawling, drilling, or changing ocean conditions. A deep microbial community can be altered by contamination, extraction, pressure changes, or warming that moves through systems slowly but relentlessly. The animals themselves may give little warning. They do not call out in a language that reaches the surface. A cave crustacean declines in darkness. A vent snail loses habitat under black water. A microbial mat thins in a sealed chamber. A seep community shifts after a disturbance. The loss can be almost silent. Silence is not consent. The fact that a place is hidden does not make it available. The fact that an animal is strange does not make it lesser. The fact that an ecosystem is small does not make it expendable. These are simple truths, but the dark asks us to repeat them because our economies often value what can be extracted more quickly than what can be understood. A mineral deposit has a price before a vent animal has a name. Groundwater has a use before an aquifer species has a survey. A cave has tourist value before its microbial films are mapped. The unseen world enters human accounting late, and sometimes too late. But there is another possibility. Knowledge can become restraint. Wonder can become protection. A species can be listed, a cave can be closed, a vent field can be set aside, a seep can be studied before it is disturbed. None of this is perfect, none of it returns us to innocence, but it matters. The act of caring for a world no one sees every day is one of the ways a civilization becomes less shallow. The creatures without sunlight ask for a form of care that does not depend on spectacle. Care for the hidden, care for the slow, care for the small, care for the conditions, not only the creatures, care for darkness as habitat. In the end, perhaps the most astonishing thing is not that these creatures survive without sunlight. It is that they make the absence of sunlight feel less empty. A cave is still dark, but now the darkness has antennae moving through it. The abyss is still black, but now it has red plumes and white shells gathered around chemical fire. Rock is still hard, but now it has water in its fractures and cells clinging to mineral surfaces. A trench is still crushingly deep, but now it has animals moving through sediment and microbes working in pressure. A seep is still a leak, but now it is a village. The world has not become brighter, it has become more inhabited. That is a different kind of revelation. Brightness shows surfaces. Inhabitation gives depth. Once you know these dark communities exist, the planet no longer ends where daylight ends. It continues downward, inward, beneath, through. It becomes layered with rooms. Some are hot, some are cold, some are toxic, some are quiet, some are sealed, some are temporary. All of them belong to Earth. And Earth itself begins to feel less like a globe lit from outside and more like a body with hidden circulations. Water descends into crust. Heat rises from mantle. Methane slips through sediment. Sulfur clouds a cave pool. Radioactivity breaks water in stone. Microbes take what they can. Animals gather where microbes succeed. The dark becomes not an absence, but a set of exchanges we are only beginning to hear. Somewhere, right now, under a weight of ocean, a vent is opening. The first fluid slips through a crack. It is hot and mineral-rich, carrying chemistry from stone. It enters water that has been cold and black for longer than memory. The minerals begin to fall out. A faint structure starts to build. Microbes arrive, or wake, or bloom from the surrounding dark. A film forms on new rock. Nothing about it looks like a beginning at first. There is only water, stone, heat, and chemistry. Then small lives gather. A larva, carried through the deep for days or weeks, touches down where the signal is right. A shell settles. A worm begins. A crab crosses the edge. A shrimp grazes the film. Bacteria multiply inside tissues and on surfaces. What looked like a crack becomes a habitat. What looked like poison becomes food. What looked like darkness becomes a place. No sunlight marks the hour. No shadow changes direction. No bird calls. No leaf opens. The beginning is known only through chemistry and contact. And far away, above all that water, the sun rises over a surface world that has no idea what has just begun beneath it. Somewhere else, beneath a limestone plain, a cave pool lies still. A film of microbes trembles on the water. The air is low in oxygen and sharp with gases that would make a human turn back. On the wall, a pale invertebrate moves one leg, then another. It has no use for color. It has no memory of sky. Around it, the cave holds a silence so complete that the smallest movement becomes part of the room. The animal is not waiting to be discovered. It is not waiting for light. It is living inside the answer its ancestors found. In deep rock, a cell maintains itself along a mineral surface. In a trench, a small animal noses through sediment under impossible pressure. At a cold seep, methane rises slowly and muscles open to the dark. In a brine pool, the edge is sharp enough to be a shoreline under the sea. On a vent chimney, a snail carries metal on its foot, like a memory of the Earth's interior. The sun is absent from all these scenes. Life is not. The old story said the world begins in light and fades into darkness. The deeper story is quieter. Light begins many things. Darkness begins others. Between them, Earth keeps making places where energy has not yet finished moving, where chemistry remains unsettled, where water touches rock, where a body can form a bargain with conditions that seem impossible from somewhere else. The creatures that survive without sunlight are not exceptions at the edge of life. They are evidence that the edge was farther away than we thought. They do not ask to be symbols, but they become them anyway. Symbols of patience, of hidden abundance, of partnership, of bodies shaped by absence into precision, of the planet's interior speaking in organisms, of life continuing without witness, without warmth from the sky, without the colors that taught humans what beauty was. And still, the beauty is there. Not bright, not easy, but there. A red plume in black water. A pale salamander in an underground stream. A snail with iron scales near a mineral chimney. A mat of bacteria on sulfurous water. A shell bed around a cold seep. A cell in stone, holding itself apart from the universe, grain by grain. Far below the last blue light, the ocean is dark enough to seem endless. A plume rises. A worm opens its crown. A crab moves over black rock. Inside hidden tissues, bacteria work without sound. The earth gives off heat. The water carries minerals. The animals remain where the chemistry is kind enough. Above them, somewhere impossibly far away, daylight crosses the surface and passes on. Down here, nothing changes color. Nothing waits for morning. The dark is already full. And perhaps this is where the story settles, not in a conclusion, but in a change of scale. The surface world teaches us to look outward, toward horizons, weather, stars, forests, the bright motion of animals crossing open ground. The dark world teaches us to look inward and downward, toward cracks, sediments, hidden water, the chemistry inside bodies, the lives too small or too slow to announce themselves. One world is not truer than the other. They are both Earth. But one has had our attention for much longer. The creatures without sunlight do not replace the green world. They deepen it. A forest is still a miracle of light. A meadow is still sunlight made soft enough for deer. A reef is still a crowded architecture of color and hunger. But somewhere beneath the reef, beneath the plain, beneath the continental shelf, other architectures exist. They are built from tubes, shells, films, cavities, mineral crusts, slow water, and invisible partnerships. They do not compete with the surface for wonder. They add a second register, lower and quieter, like a bass note under music we thought we already understood. If the sunlit world is a song of openness, the dark world is a song of thresholds. At the threshold between hot fluid and cold ocean, animals gather. At the threshold between methane and oxygen, shells cluster. At the threshold between cave air and sulfidic water, microbes bloom. At the threshold between rock and groundwater, cells persist. At the threshold between death and chemistry, a whale fall becomes a temporary city. Again and again, life appears where two conditions meet, and something can be taken from the difference. This is not a grand moral imposed from outside. It is a pattern in the ground. Life uses difference. It finds the edge, the seam, the gradient, the unfinished reaction. In daylight, this is easy to forget because the sun floods so much of the surface with energy that abundance can seem normal. In darkness, abundance must be earned locally. It must be made from the exact chemistry of a place. That exactness gives every dark ecosystem its mood. The hydrothermal vent is urgent, hot, mineral, unstable, crowded along lethal edges. The cold seep is patient, sedimentary, slow, built from gas and microbial stone. The cave is spare, sensory, enclosed, often hungry, sometimes sulfurous and self-fed. The deep biosphere is almost silent, microscopic, stretched across ages. The trench is heavy, cold, remote, pressed beneath the full weight of the sea. Together they form an atlas without sunlight, not a map of absence, a map of other beginnings. Somewhere in that atlas, a larva is drifting. It is too small for human attention, transparent in black water, carried by currents through a world that offers almost no landmarks. It does not know where it is going. It has no picture of a vent, no memory of a parent standing in a tube, no concept of sunlight or the lack of it. Its body is a small inheritance of responses. It moves when water says move. It settles when chemistry says settle. It survives if the old instructions meet the right place. Most of the ocean around it is wrong, too cold without chemistry, too empty, too far from the signal. Then, somewhere ahead, a plume rises. The water changes. Molecules appear in a pattern shaped by rock and heat. Microbes have already begun to coat surfaces. The new place is dangerous, but danger and opportunity are mixed so tightly that evolution has not separated them. The larva enters the edge. If it settles, the future narrows. It may become part of a community that will last only as long as the vent breathes. It may live beside animals that arrived by other currents from other dark islands. It may feed bacteria, host bacteria, graze bacteria, or be eaten by an animal whose life also begins in microbial work. The larva does not know the story. It only becomes part of it. This is how hidden worlds continue. Not by certainty, by enough arrivals. Enough cells finding gradients. Enough animals finding chemistry. Enough generations fitting themselves to darkness. The deep does not need every attempt to succeed. It needs some to succeed, and time to remember them. In another hidden place, a cave stream moves through limestone. The water is clear in the beam of a headlamp, but beyond the beam it becomes absolute. On the bottom, A pale animal rests without shadow. Its body is almost the color of the stone. It senses the small pressure of the current, the faint chemical difference in the water, the vibration of something alive nearby. It does not see the person at the edge of the pool in the way the person sees it. It exists in another version of the room.
The person leaves. The light leaves. The cave does not become empty after that. It returns to itself. The stream continues over rock. Microbes continue their patient films. A cricket moves in a passage. A spider waits. A salamander shifts one foot in the water. The darkness is not restored, because to the cave it was never broken. Human light was only a brief disturbance, a passing weather of brightness. This may be the most difficult thing to accept. These worlds do not become real when we see them. They are real in the dark. They are complete without our witnessing, even when our witnessing helps protect them. They do not need our metaphors, our cameras, our names. A name may save a species in human systems, but it does not create the species. The creature was already itself. A vent worm was already exchanging sulfide and oxygen. A seep mussel was already tending its bacterial partners. A microbe in rock was already holding its chemistry apart from the surrounding stone. A cave fish was already swimming through a full world without images. Science arrives late to an ancient conversation between life and place. The sun will continue to rise over the surface. Forests will continue to open their leaves. Plankton will bloom in bright water. Birds will cross morning air. Human hands will lift curtains, start fires, plant seeds, shade their eyes. The sunlit world will go on being the world we know first. But beneath it, the other world remains. No dawn moves through the abyss. No golden line reaches the cave pool. No season turns inside a basalt fracture. No noon enters the trench. And still, the work continues. A bacterium draws energy from sulfur. A mussel opens in methane-rich water. A tube worm plume bends into a current. A snail carries iron on its body. A pale insect touches stone with an antenna. A cell in the deep subsurface spends almost nothing and remains alive. These are not exceptions to Earth. They are Earth, unlit. The last blue of the ocean fades far above. Below it, there is pressure, mineral heat, slow methane, sulfurous water, sealed stone, old bones, patient microbes, pale animals, hidden mouths of the planet. Nothing waits for sunrise there. Nothing needs the sky to be beautiful. The dark is not empty. It is working. If there is a final image, let it be small. Not the whole ocean, not the whole cave, not the grand map of all hidden life. Just a patch of black rock where warm water trembles into cold. A few white tubes. A crab paused between them. A dusting of mineral particles falling like ash that has learned to build. The animal does not know the scale of the planet around it. It does not know that far above, waves are moving under sunlight, or that continents are turning slowly under weather, or that somewhere a human word like abyss is trying to hold what cannot be held. It knows the current. It knows the edge. It knows enough. A few meters away, the conditions may be wrong. Too hot, too cold, too poor, too still. But here, for now, the chemistry is kind enough.
Here, microbes can turn the planet's unrest into food. Here, animals can gather around that quiet work. Here, darkness is not a wall. It is the room in which the room's own rules make sense. There is comfort in how little grandeur the creatures require. They do not need a sky. They do not need a horizon. They do not need color spread across distance. They need a usable difference, a surface, a current, a partner, a way to keep the inside of the body from becoming the outside. They need the same fundamental mercy all life needs, conditions that allow continuation. At the surface, that mercy often arrives as light. Below, it arrives as heat, as methane, as sulfide, as hydrogen, as the slow generosity of stone. And so the living planet continues in more than one direction. Upward into forests and clouds, outward through plankton blooms and migrating wings, downward into vents, seeps, caves, trenches, aquifers, fractures, and pores no eye will ever enter. The sunlit Earth is only the first Earth we meet. The other Earth waits underneath it, not waiting for us, simply continuing. A plume rises. A microbial film thickens. A pale animal moves through a cave pool. A cell in stone holds its boundary. The ocean above remains black. The rock below remains warm. And in the space between them, life keeps finding the narrow place where darkness is enough. Above, the day passes over water. Below, no day passes. The creatures remain in their separate darks, not waiting, not reaching upward, not unfinished. The vent exhales. The cave drips. The seep breathes methane through mud. The stone holds water in its cracks. And life, quiet as chemistry, goes on.